Okay. It thinks it's connected. Okay. All right. Hey, everybody. I think we've got some sound. Can you hear it? Hello, Jeffrey. Well, you got to come over here and meet everybody first. So, so let's try this. If we go, Christy at desk. Okay, so here we go, guys. I can see that we've got sound. Speak up in the chat if it's going south on us, but good morning, and thank you for being here, and this is Jeff. Jeff is sort of acting like our producer and chat master. He is going to be the guy who is managing the chat because I can't PowerPoint and chat without my brain blown up. So he is a pretty good producer type guy. He also plays my husband in real life. So yay to him, yay to you. I can't tell you how excited I am about this. Super nervous, and I didn't sleep much last night, but yeah, here we are. There are people here from lots and lots of states, probably lots and lots of countries. You can sort of mention where you're from in the chat. I am not looking at the chat because, like I said, not enough brain cells for that. So if I go to PowerPoint and we do this, look at that. We are starting. Now I'm going to hold on a second and watch what Jeff's watching because there's a lag time. I'm talking and 7 seconds later you hear it. So how's it looking, Jeff? Okay. Gosh, I'm so thrilled with this. Yay! Okay, so welcome to Top Bar Beekeeping 101. This has been a class I've taught since early on, starting Gold Star Honeybees way back in Maine in 2007. I think the very first class I taught was 2009. And I started laughing with Jeff because here's the first slide. Oh, come on, click. There we go. So, you know, the housekeeping details of running a class when you're in person, these things matter. Kind of funny that they still sort of matter here. I'm sure that you all know where your car is parked. It's probably been sitting there for weeks. You probably know where your bathroom is. As far as the class schedule goes, we will run for about an hour and a half and try and time in a break for running off to the bathroom or coffee or whatever you're drinking at this hour of the day. And then another hour and a half, and then a half an hour for lunch. And then lather, rinse, repeat it in the afternoon, repeat again tomorrow. I haven't sent anybody a packet, so there's not much to go through here, and we don't have any waiver release forms because you're all in your own living room, den, bedroom, kitchen, in your jammies somewhere. So, but this is what it would have been like had we been in the same room together. So this is another thing that's hard to do virtually, but I like to know who you are and where you're going to keep your bees. And when I ask, where are you on your beekeeping journey, what I'm really asking is kind of what level of experience. Are you brand new? Are you a Langstroth person who's looking for something that doesn't break your back? Are you just brand new to the idea and in love with bees? And, of course, I'm always curious what you hope to get from this weekend, but this format doesn't lend itself to the back and forth, and since I can't read the chat, talk to Jeff. All right. So here's a brief thing. I don't like to focus on negativity, but I do know that lots of top bar beekeepers have come to me with the complaint that my local bee club only talks about Langstroth hives. And we know that that's true. But I also know that it's much less true than it used to be. It's also much less true when you go outside of the United States. Anybody that's on the Top Bar Hive Beekeepers Facebook group knows that that's a global group, and there's also one for every state. You can get to these on our website on the Connect page. There's a map. You click on the state. That'll take you to the group that you want. But I just want to point out that one of the wonderful things for me was when I wrote the book, the first book, that I got to go to Italy with that book and it got translated. And I tell you what, that Italy group is I want to say that's the biggest one we've got besides the Top Bar Hive Beekeepers. So it's funny how we are in the U.S. about the Langstroth hive. We seem to think that there's only one way to keep bees, and I just don't think that that's a worldwide attitude. So I hope that when you encounter, hold on, Jeff, I got a pasting from Notion. Are you pasting something? Okay. All right, I will minimize that. Okay, never mind the tech. Anyway, it's not a war, and it's not a battle of the boxes, especially here in the U.S. So I like to say to people that everybody's got their thoughts on keeping bees, and I like to suggest that you use a colander. So a colander is like a big bowl. You can put lots of stuff in there, and then you, as the thinking beekeeper, can let drain out through the bottom the stuff that doesn't work for you. It's slightly, I don't want to say dangerous, but it is a thing to be aware of, that you need to be knowledgeable about what you let drain out, because I can tell a story on myself that when I started keeping bees, I was absolutely adamant that never, ever, ever were my bees going to eat that white death sugar stuff. And so I starved a hive or two of bees before I savvied up that my zealous attitude was not necessarily so good for my bees. So use your colander, take in everything you can learn about beekeeping, and let the stuff that's not going to work for your paradigm go. It's not a battle. All right, so super, super, super glad you're here, really. Thank you for being here. I know some of you are on different time zones, so I don't know what you had to do about getting up early on a Saturday morning to be here, but we appreciate it. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about what comes out of your beehive aside from bees, and obviously honey is one of them. That's a big deal. And beeswax, which is a pretty amazing thing. When you compare it to paraffin, it's really a nice thing. It doesn't give off the soot, and it's not a fossil or a petroleum product. So that makes it nice. There's talk that it ionizes the air. I don't know that there's any science to back that up, but it still seems to give a nicer light than a paraffin candle. So beeswax is awesome for that, and has been important through the ages, because if you didn't have a switch to flip, you lit a candle. So important stuff. So let's take a few steps back, less about top bar hives and the details of beekeeping itself, and get a picture from 30,000 feet about how we got here today with beekeeping as we know it from way back when. So this is a little bit of history. Some of it's fascinating, some of it's probably boring, depending on your outlook, but here you go. Way back in the way back day, we were honey hunters. The bees made their nests in trees, and the beekeeper came along and said, "Ha-ha, I found you," and stole their honey, probably destroying the colony in the meantime. Then we moved to, shall we say, managed beekeeping, where the beekeeper got the bees, put them into the hive, and then managed in some way. Well, methods have changed over the years, but managed those bees, and that was a little bit of an artificial step, but the bees were still doing their thing, and you don't really domesticate bees, so now we were able to have them in places and ways that we wanted them. And then we moved on when we started into monoculture agriculture, especially here in the U.S., to industrial beekeeping and things like migratory pollination and some of the fairly hideous things that we actually do to bees today. So it's been a long path, and it's been documented by some folks. Here's one of my favorites. Dr. Eva Crane died the year that I started keeping bees, which made me terribly sad once I learned who she was. She and her husband were given a couple of hives of bees when they got married, and all of her quantum mathematics and learning and technical knowledge about the world kind of went by the wayside, and she began to research bees and beekeeping the world over. So there's a bunch of books, and when I say books, I mean tomes, books that are like, wow, that thick, that go thump when you drop them on your desk. Tons of info about beekeeping all over the world, all the way back to ancient civilization. So that's a really good source of how not Langstroth the world has been over the course of history, and she was quite level-headed about everything that she talked about. So I have a high appreciation for her. I also kind of a T-shirt fan, and this design is it's found in her book, The World History of Beekeeping and Honey Hunting, but I've seen that on a t-shirt. I can't tell you how many times. That is said to be a woman hanging off a cliff, reaching into the cavity in a cave and stealing the honey. So 6000 BC, that is a really old image and tells you just how long our history with bees is. So now let's go to the United States of America, where things are strange today, and they have, frankly, not ever been any less strange. We just get used to it. So way back before the middle of the 1850s, most of what we did about shelters for bees was a chunk of the tree. That's what you see down there in that bottom left slide. That's called a log gum. And gum trees are pretty famous for rotting from the inside out, so they were a very likely place for bees to move into. And then the beekeeper came along and cut out that slice, like you see, and put a top on it, and ta-da, you had bees in a log. Handy. Didn't have to make anything. You just took it with you. The picture in the top right is a skep. Now, that's kind of a woven basket, and the one on the far right-hand side has that cross in the middle of it. And so the bees were put into there. That cross helped to support the comb, and when they went to harvest from that, they pulled those crosses out and literally just scooped everything out of there. So talk about destructive harvest. We don't really think that's very sustainable today, but that's one of the things that we were doing in the early 1800s. So there's a closer up picture of a log gum. You could actually add kind of a super on top of that by putting some other container for the bees to put honey in. And one of the interesting things about the skep is those guys that have got that upside down and they're looking into the bottom, that's a bee inspection for them. That's all you could see. All you could do was look at the bottom. And of course, turning the thing upside down could not have probably pleased the bees much. So a bit of a challenge there. But here's the thing about that style of hive, and that is that all those combs are attached to the inside of the container. So you can't lift each one like we're used to doing today, and that's why we call it a fixed comb hive. It's fixed within the container. You can't look into the cells, which is where all the fun stuff is going on, and so there were some problems with that. Obviously, you couldn't inspect it. It also affected honey production because you could only get whatever was there at the time that you went to harvest the honey. So 10 to 15 pounds per colony per year was, wow, that was a pretty big honey harvest. And the fact that it killed the bees and destroyed their nests was not the most sustainable thing, and of course gives us heartburn now about the sustainability issue. But it was how you did it, and when you needed more bees, you just went and got some more. So things have changed since then. So let's talk about movable comb hives, and let's start with the infamous bee space issue. So when we say bee space, that's essentially a hallway, passageway between the combs, and typically it measures right around 3/8 of an inch. So that's the space where the bees are able to walk between the combs, they pass each other, they travel around in that space between the combs. If you make that space, by manipulating as the human in this equation, if you make that space bigger, you're affecting a lot of stuff other than just the width of the hallway, but it's going to change things like the way they heat and cool, how they manage caring for brood. All the things that the bees are doing inside that box that we can't see are very tied to that 3/8 inch bee space. So when somebody came along and they made a box that helped the bees build their combs along something that ran across the top, today we call it a top bar. We like them. If you space them right, then the bees did their thing inside your box, and you could pick it up and look at it. So that was a huge innovation in the way of seeing what was going on inside the hive. And now we've gone from fixed comb hives to movable comb hives. I'm getting eyeballs from the side. Are we doing okay? Okay. Yay. All right. So some of the problems that were solved when you could lift and look at the comb was you could now split your hive. Now, this is something that gets done so much today that when you ask a beekeeper with lots of hives how many hives they have, they probably don't actually know the number, because if you take a hive and you split it, now you're at 2. 2 weeks later, you split one of those, now you're at 3. Well, that number gets out of hand pretty fast when your hive numbers are high, but the ability to divide the bees and have them make a new queen is called a split, and it's an amazing way to get more bees, but it also messes with your numbers pretty bad. So they also let you inspect. This is the most important thing that I can say, and it's the one thing that I kind of get upset about people who don't stay on top of the wax building that their hive does early, because if you can't pick up that top bar and look at the comb, then you don't really know what's going on in your box, and that can lead to disaster. So more on that later. But the beautiful thing about it was that they were also less disturbed when you picked stuff up and put it back, so beekeepers got stung less. Who can be sad about that, right? So here's a picture. This comes out of Eva Crane's book. This is what we call the original top bar hive. This was the first time we had movable comb, and that literally is a basket with sticks across the top. And they were spaced so that you had bee space between the combs when the bees built them, and you were able to lift them up and look at it. Early 1600s. Then we get into the late 1700s. Here's an interesting note about Francis Huber. He was blind, and he had a manservant / companion who was a phenomenal observer, and so between the two of them, and both of their names were Francis as well, another odd thing, between the two of them, they were able to study bees, and one of their inventions is that leaf hive that you see that picture of. The cool thing about that hive is that it's hinged at the back, and so you turn each of those frames like the leaves in a book or the pages of a book. And so that had been around for some time, and then enter the Reverend Lorenzo Lorraine Langstroth. The name of that beehive really is a guy's name, so it's probably important that we spell it right. It's Langstroth, Langstroth. And from his book, Langstroth on the Honeybee, which was published about 10 years after he got a patent on the Langstroth hive, here's his comment, that when he saw this Huber hive, the leaf hive, he realized that the bees could be dealt with in this way, and you could actually, look at them. He called it being tamed. I don't know that we would ever call bees being tamed today, but being able to remove the comb was at one time considered very dangerous and very difficult. And when he realized otherwise, ta-da, now we have the Langstroth hive, movable frames, and the world became different. So here's a couple more things about frame hives as we sort of ramped up into this idea. The one on the right at the bottom, the queen bee frame, I kind of like that one because it's ingenious in that those wide pieces on the end, when you put those frames together, it kept the space between the frames and the combs, created the bee space, but those wide end bits created the outside of the box. And that's what they're trying to show you there in the left-hand side. So that was kind of an ingenious thing. Apparently it didn't take off, but it was around for a while. And then here's a picture that I cannot understand. I like to put it in here because it's what you see on the internet, but it really doesn't resemble what we think of as the Langstroth hive today. He realized that if you kept the 3/8 inch bee space, that you could keep the whole movable comb thing happening. And there was another little bit of math there, and that is that if you give them a 3/8 inch space, then that passageway stays open. If you make it wider, the bees tend to fill it in with what we call burr comb. If you make it smaller, they're trying to eliminate light and draft in the hive, and so a smaller gap, less than 1/4 of an inch, they'll try to fill that in with propolis. Not that propolis is a bad thing, but it's sticky, and beekeepers don't like to work with it when they're in a hurry. So the fact that the frame went all the way around the comb made it easy to pick that stuff up and handle it and lean it against your hive and be sort of cavalier with it. And all of this sort of combines to the fact that now we refer to the hallway as bee space. It's 3/8 of an inch. It's kind of the one ubiquitous thing about beekeeping that everybody knows. All right, so there he is, sort of life-size. This was at a beekeeping conference some time ago. They were raising money for a statue of him in his hometown of Philadelphia. Silly stuff. All right, so going from bee husbandry to the industry as we know it today, here were some of our steps. Late in the 1800s, the movable frame hive was already pretty well adopted, more or less ubiquitous, at least in the U.S., and Langstroth had gotten himself a patent on it, although I don't know that it ever caused him to make any money on it, but he did get famous for having that patent. And by the 1900s, we were all pretty much into something that had Hoffman-style frames like we use today. That had a big change for the business aspect of beekeeping. And realized, though, that that was in the 1850s, and we have not changed that beehive since. Sometimes when you think about the problems bees are having, I think that question comes up for discussion. And everything that we've more or less done since the Langstroth hive became so ubiquitous has been about how to harvest honey and different bee management inventions, tools, toys. Beekeepers are definitely some of the most resourceful people I know, and so there have been lots and lots of beekeeping inventions. So let's see what the next 100 years bring us, huh? As we all sit here at home during the coronavirus, stay at home, and talk about bees. So here's some folks that are, some of them around, some of them not around. Brushy Mountain went away 2 Novembers ago. Man Lake is still out there. Beeculture magazine's out there. Kim Flodum has retired. The ABJ, the American Bee Journal, they're still out there too. The Dant, Better Bee, there's a lot of companies that have come since I put this PowerPoint slide together. So who knows? The Flow Hive isn't on here, but that's happened recently. There's a Beeco hive out there where they're hexagons you mount on your wall. That's kind of interesting. Lots of new things, lots of gadgetry, lots of new tools. All right. So quickly in history, hold on for a cup of coffee here. All right, we say, not that we absolutely know, but we say that bees have been on the planet for about 65 million years compared to us, and we've only been here about 200,000 years. So I would posit that bees probably knew what was going on well before we got here to show them things like foundation and how they should be building their combs. And since the Langstroth hive, which was, when I made the slide anyway, that was 160 years ago, it meant that a good idea led to easier bees. Beekeepers then became bigger beekeepers. Specialization sort of changed the face of it. It wasn't something that you had a couple of hives on your farm and you managed them as part of your growing situation, and now it became considerably more industrial. And now instead of everybody keeping bees on their farm, now bees go from farm to farm. And gee whiz, now we have this colony collapse disorder thing and all the other problems with bees, the Varroa mite. We'll talk about that a lot and how and why we think that's kind of got there. And then there's, if you stay on top of bee research, there's a lot of discussion going on now about microbes and about viruses and about fungicides. And it just keeps getting deeper and wider and more scary in its way, but more interesting perhaps as well. So let's talk about what CCD is or was, because there's some talk about, well, maybe that's not happening anymore. Yeah, let's talk about this. So colony collapse disorder is what that CCD stands for. And what it essentially meant was that the entire colony disappeared. Now, when you lose a hive of bees, you typically go out, you open the lid, and you go, oh my gosh, all my bees are dead. With colony collapse disorder, you go out, you take the lid off, and you go, oh my gosh, all my bees are gone. And there's an important difference there, because bees build their nest, all those beeswax combs, all those little baby bees that are in there from egg to larva to pupa, all of that good stuff, all the honey, all the pollen, all the propolis, all that stuff is in that box. And they will sting you over that stuff. So for them to just poof, disappear and leave it all behind, that is weird. All those goodies. You might find that the queen was still there, maybe a tiny little batch of bees, not enough to call it a hive, just the remains of what used to be a thriving hive. And here's a weird thing, that the other bees won't rob the honey out of a CCD hive. That's a weirdness. But the perceptions about CCD are changing. I have spent considerable hours of my life that I will never get back listening to researchers talk about CCD. And we wanted there to be, this is one problem and there was one cause and there would be one solution. But, that's not really how the world works, especially when it comes to bees. So we have learned to look at that differently and consider a bigger picture and multiple causes. So let's tie that into this. Humans manipulate the hive's environment all the time. We are in there doing things to bees that are sometimes just hideous. One of the most important ones is the queen manipulation. It's kind of common practice in a large beekeeping operation to just, as a matter of course, you jump in there every 2 years, you grab the queen, you pinch her head off, and you put in a new one. And I guess that would be kind of like, well, never mind, that's a bad joke. But anyway, if the idea of replacing the queen mechanically like that is kind of tough on the bees and the way that they are used to managing it, they probably thought she was fine. And if they didn't, they would have replaced her themselves. The idea of grafting of queens, which is another word for raising queens in the way that we do it nowadays, is pretty manipulative. This line about clipping of queen wings, I have not seen that done nearly as much recently as I used to, but used to be believed that if you clipped her wings, the bees wouldn't swarm. Not so fast, human. That is not how that works. The bees will swarm with a virgin queen if they have to, leaving behind the queen that can't fly. So that's not a good swarm control mechanism. Sort of old-fashioned thinking. Another thing is this use of queen excluders. In a top bar hive, there's not much use for a queen excluder because the bees are able to create the contents of the hive in a sort of a biologically correct way, so she doesn't need to be excluded from anywhere, but that was an important thing for folks who didn't want brood in their honey supers in the Langstroth system. Here's this next thing, this use of foundation. To me, that is the root of all evil, and you'll hear me talk about it a bunch. It's why I say it's all about the wax, and when we messed with the way the bees built their wax, I think we had a profound effect on it. And then migratory pollination is another thing that just drives me crazy, moving bees all over the country because we're growing food in a mechanized monoculture way. That is not how that was supposed to work. And then the cavalier attitude we took about chemicals probably starting well before, but most of my awareness of it tied into 1985 when the Varroa mite arrived and we started to treat. So using chemicals inside the beehive is just crazy making to me, and yet it's done, and the question gets asked, what else are you going to do? So we'll talk about some of this stuff. But all of these things is really to help the beekeeper. It doesn't do a thing for the bee, and it sort of departs from their natural systems, which we believe should be supported rather than thwarted. So more on that later, too. Here's a motto: less is more. Messing with your bees, probably that's fun, but it might not be helpful for the bees. So bear that in mind. Okay, so this line at the bottom where I say, because it's all about the wax, that is my motto. So everybody, say it with me. Ready? It's all about the wax. Let me hear you. It's all about the wax. All right, so that's a lovely photograph of a Hoffman frame out of a Langstroth hive. It has a piece of foundation in it. I have now forgotten that brand name, but you can see that it has those metal edges down the side, and it even has those holes in the bottom, which are supposed to create sort of a pathway. But the idea of foundation and I parted ways early on in my beekeeping journey when I went to bee school, and they promised me a big Q&A session at the end of the last class. So we were going to be able to ask anything we wanted of this whole panel of beekeepers with lots of experience. And so I had bought my bee equipment. In fact, that's what you're looking at right there, one of the 2 Langstroth hives that I started keeping bees in back in 2007. And I get to the end of that class, and I'm waiting because sometimes I have a tendency to ask my question and sort of disrupt things. So I'm sure that by this time, having looked at my new equipment and painted it, and it was actually stacked up in the living room right then, waiting for bees to come. But I get to that class, and I wait and I wait and wait, hoping that everybody's dying to know this question. And the question was, what did bees do before we started giving them this wax foundation stuff? So I waited and waited and waited, and I sat on my hands, and nobody asked. And I thought, oh, okay, here we go. So I put my hand in the air, and I said, what did bees do before we gave them wax foundation? And when the room went as silent as a tomb, that was the biggest alarm bell I had ever heard. So I was shocked and amazed that we didn't have a ready answer to that. Like, did we not know? Because, you don't find wax or plastic foundation in a tree. I was astonished. So I started running around trying to figure out what bees really did before we gave them like wax foundation, and let's talk about that. Let me back up one. I want to show you something. So I'm going to walk off camera just long enough to come over here. Because I want to show you the answer to that question. There you have a beautiful piece of foundation. Here's what it looks like when the bees do it. So this is natural wax. I started finding this stuff in roof lines early on in the process, and this is really what caused me to jump off the Langstroth path. Natural wax made by bees for bees, because why? Because it's all about the wax. Okay, so trying to stay on track with the PowerPoint slides, and I can't see the next one, so I have to hit it before I can talk to you about it. But let's just briefly, I know this is a heavy text slide. This is something that I just kind of lost it about when I realized what was going on. We were studying what we were finding in the wax and other direct that you find in the hive, but specifically in the wax. And that top study there was done in conjunction with Penn State. Marianne Fraser is one of my heroes, and she was able to present this research where they pulled these 887 samples and found 170 different pesticides, which granted most of that probably comes from outside, and I can never say this word, metabolites, metabolites, in all those samples, and most especially to me, the fact that coumaphos and fluvalinate were in all of them. That made me crazy. Coumaphos and fluvalinate being the active ingredients in the miticides that we use. So I got to be a part of that study in an interesting way, which we'll talk about in another second. Down in Georgia, they started doing another study. This was Jennifer Berry, looking to see what sublethal effects the chemicals were having, these 4 chemicals that you see listed there. She started with a zero, or she wanted to start with a zero chemical environment and add those and see what happened to the bees that wasn't death, but was something along the way, what happened to the brood, the queens, etc. And then on the subject of interaction between chemicals, the University of Georgia, this was a young guy on his way to his PhD, I believe, learned that the order that they got them in had an effect on it. So the interactions were another thing to be concerned about. So out of all this research, 98% of the wax foundation available for sale in the U.S. is contaminated with coumaphos and fluvalinate. Now that came out of Jennifer Berry's study because she was looking at, like I said, trying to have a zero chemical environment, and then, I'm sorry, back to Marianne Fraser, and then they were finding the coumaphos and fluvalinate was in all of the foundation. So Jennifer Berry, trying to create that chemical-free environment, found that she couldn't buy clean foundation. And so, shockingly, I asked her, what did you do to have your experiment go off? And her cavalier comment was, oh, I let them make their own wax. I'm like, wow, there you go. So anyway, coumaphos and fluvalinate are the active ingredients that we've been putting in hives on purpose since the 80s. The mites have developed resistance to both of those, and it has left us with a really interesting situation when you can't get clean foundation. So here's a picture of your check mite box. There's your coumaphos source. Here is apistan. That's active ingredient is fluvalinate. Not nice stuff. Now the important thing about these two chemicals is that they are lipophilic. There's your vocabulary word for a Saturday morning. Lipophilic basically means fat-loving. Beeswax is a type of fat, and so what ends up happening is you put this stuff in the beehive and it gets absorbed into what? Into the wax. And that's how we ended up with this contamination problem. We started using these chemicals in the middle 1980s. The beekeeper treats with the chemical, treats with the chemical, treats with the chemical. The mites develop a resistance to that chemical, so what do? You change chemicals and you treat with that one and you treat with that one and you treat with that one. And then eventually, beekeepers don't like to give up drawn comb because it's an amazing resource, but eventually you do, and lots of it gets sent away and melted down by professional people who recycle it back into foundation, and doggone it, that stuff stays in there. So your foundation does not just clean up because you melt it down. Those chemicals are persistent and they stay in the wax. So if you're hot on reading studies, and I realize that I may be unique in that way, but I will send you these PowerPoints and you can check out these links. That plos.org site is a great one for bee research. So just in case you're dying to read research on bees. Okay, so what's the difference then between the square box foundation-based method and a top bar hive? Is that literally a top bar hive lets the bees make their own natural wax. Here's what it looks like in my office. On the PowerPoint slide is what it looks like, covered in bees. And then there's a little tribute to Megan Trainor at the bottom there. It's all about that wax. Because it really is all about the wax. Have I said that enough times now? All right, so there's what I like to call the 3 C's to help us remember that. There's 3 things that get involved with what's going on with natural wax. Let me step over to the gadget table and grab something to show you. Nope, sorry about the butt shot. Okay, so we've got another gadget to show you. Okay, we got wax all over the place. And one last thing. Okay. Here's a piece of foundation. Holding this nice and close up to the camera. How's that look, Jeff? Can you see it well? Oh, you can't see it yet. That's right. Okay, sorry. All right, so what I'm showing you is a piece of foundation. This frame is a honey-size frame, but the point is that this is made out of plastic, and all of those little hexagons are the same size. Now, most of us that have ever tried to buy something that was called one size fits all know that that doesn't work very well. But it particularly doesn't work for the bees. So here, let's see if we can get this to go off on the camera. Here is a piece of brood comb, and that is worker size bees. And this whole comb happens to be worker size. They're all pretty much the same size. How about that? So that was a whole panel of nothing but workers. Here is a piece of drone comb. Can you see that difference? Those are big cells, yeah? So drones are bigger. The queen knows that drones are bigger, and she measures the cells, and that's how she determines what kind of egg to lay in there. So now just to give you the contrast, here's a piece that's got both. See the difference? Let's see if I can do this backwards. This patch here is drone. This stuff up here is worker. Now, you don't see that on a piece of foundation because it's made by a machine. It wasn't anybody's evil plan, but it did not have good consequences for the bees because essentially it means that we made all the cells worker size because everybody wanted honey. Sorry, guys. Out you go. So there's some issues about that, too, and the diversity of the species and all of that kind of thing. But the most important thing is when the bees make the wax, they determine the size of the cell, and believe me, that matters. So one of the problems we did with foundation, in addition to the fact that it ends up being all the same size because it's made by a machine, is look at this crazy range of cell sizes. So the natural cell size, to the best of our knowledge anyway, is about 4.9 millimeters. And no, I have no idea why we talk millimeters when it comes to cell size, but work with me here. So 4.9 millimeters is considered to be natural cell size. But the standard size of foundation, down there fourth from the bottom, is about 5.4. Now, I know it's early Saturday and it's hard to do math at this hour of the day, but if you take 5.4 and you subtract 4.9, you get a difference of a big 0.5 millimeter. And if you start out knowing what a millimeter is, it was already really, really tiny. So a half a millimeter is not a big difference to someone the size of a human, but it's important to the bees. So we're going to get to talking about that. And here's a slide that shows you another thing about bees being in charge. There's that left-hand slide is all worker brood, just like the one I just showed you, and that right-hand slide has got a patch of drone brood on it, and the rest of it is still open, and I can't really see the cell size on it. So there's some drone brood on it, and probably some worker, and again, if the bees are in charge, they get what they need, what they want, and where they want it. So comb shape. Okay, here's another comparison. This is a rectangle. You knew that, I'm sure. And this is a piece of chain. In fact, it's the same piece of chain that's in that slide. But the neat thing about this, and they call it hanging chain theory or catenary curve, is you see what happens if I move the ends of this. I can't quite get to, here we go. There we go, front of the camera. So if I've got the ends this close together and the comb has got space to get that big, that's the shape it's going to take. And if it's wider, then you see how that shape changes? So that is a scientific thing that happens because this is how the bees hang when they make their comb. They hang in a hanging chain. We call it bridging. We call it festooning. But that shape is very, very natural, and it's how natural wax gets made because it's gravity-based, and they hang to do it, and it doesn't start out on any kind of rib and grow out. But that's what we ask them to do. Bees are very accommodating, and they have figured out ways to do it. But that comb shape, that is a very natural thing, and that's how they will do it when they are left to their own devices. That bottom right picture, shout out to those of you up in Maine. I took that picture Thanksgiving weekend many, many, many years ago in Alna, Maine, and those bees were thriving. That is not a dead hive. That thing was full of bees. It was about 40 degrees out that day when the gentleman called me and said, I think I got some bees what need rescued, and I just could not believe I was getting a bee phone call on Thanksgiving weekend. But there they were, just happy as you could imagine, hanging off that tree, and there is that catenary curve. So the other difference is when the bees make the wax, it's clean. It starts out without the chemicals. It gets chemicals because our environment is not necessarily pristine, and we pour poisons on our foods as we grow them, etc., and the bees gather that up and they bring it back. But natural beeswax, made by bees, for bees, not touched by any chemicals, comes out of their little bodies just as clean as a whistle. So let's jump back very briefly to Marianne Fraser's study that I mentioned earlier. One of the things that I was proudest of early on in trying to figure out the whole top bar hive philosophy that I was finding myself drawn to, was that I was able to send Marianne, as part of the study that she was doing there at Penn State, the bottom 2/3, probably from about here down, of a chunk of top bar hive wax that had overwintered in the state of Maine, and get it into her testing program. And she warned me that what would happen would be I would get 2 documents back, and one of them would be the results from my wax test, and the other one would be sort of a matrix that showed where that wax sample fell on the spectrum of clean to dirty. And when I got the results back, there was only one document, and I looked it over, not very in depth, and immediately went and said, well, what happened? Where's the other information? And she said, Christy, did you look at it? And this is posted on my website, by the way. The results of that wax test were that every single chemical, and there were 170 of them, came back with the code ND. And I had to go and learn what ND stood for in that case, but it stood for not detected. So really, really makes a difference when you think about every sample had coumaphos and fluvalinate in it in that study, except for that top bar wax. And yeah, so contaminated wax is just a very big deal with me, and one of the ways you get clean wax is you let the bees make it. All right, so I have belabored that point to the death. Let's see what we got next. Aha, we have a sip of coffee. How are we doing on time? Half an hour, okay. We will take a quick break at about 11:30 my time, so in about 35 minutes. But right now, let's just keep on plowing because we want to get through the angry rant part of this so that we can actually talk about bees and what they do and how to do it in the top bar hive. So, Fatal Harvest is a book by Wendell Berry. If you've ever read any of his stuff, you know that he is pretty big on the environment, and that is really, to me, a tragic photograph of one of the ways that we grow food now. And monoculture is sort of the biggest culprit. When we started to create farms that grew all one big crop, it created a bee desert, because whatever that crop is in bloom for whatever little span of weeks that it is, and then there's no more food there. So not only is there only one source of food, but it's only there for a short time. So we wound up, when we started growing food that way, having to move the hives because otherwise there was nothing there for the bees to eat. Now, if we take a quick segue to the California almond groves, which, granted, they have been bashed heavily over this over the years, but they're a perfect example of what's going on here. California has 1 million acres, a little more than that now, of almond groves. And they're not exactly raised organically in most cases, and they are nothing but almonds. The interesting thing about an almond grove is that those trees bloom in February. So the rest of the country is, you know, their bees are asleep. But if you have got yourself a migratory pollination contract and you're going to bring bees to those almond groves, you are jacking up your bees early in January so that they're big enough to get that pollination contract, and you bring the bees to the trees because there's no bees able to live there because there's nothing there to eat. So we take the hive, we put the hive on a pallet, we put the pallet on the truck, we put the truck on the road takes us to California, and those bees live in the almond groves for about 3 weeks. And then you got to get them out of there because the bloom is over and there's nothing else to eat. So the other thing to add to that goes along with monoculture agriculture is because that humongous amount of all one crop is very appealing to whatever that crop's pest is. So they see that and get started into that field of whatever juicy stuff they're after. And it's just a field day for the pests that thrive on that crop. So the farmer then starts to introduce chemical controls in order to prevent the pests. So it's one thing that we're doing chemicals in the beehive, but the fact is we put chemicals on the food too in order to prevent the pests that we have a problem with because of the way we are growing monocultures. It's kind of an ugly little treadmill. And, you know, in the end, it comes back to it's all about the wax, right? We got all those pesticides getting into the wax. So here we are today, and the top bar hive, I wrote this slide many, many years ago. It starts to look like this makes sense because your bees get on a clean environment. They are able to control the size of the cell, which plays into a lot of things for them. And you end up with a situation where the beekeeper back syndrome is no longer a requirement. It used to be said that if you were a beekeeper, you absolutely had a bad back or nobody believed you that you were a beekeeper. So that was another piece of fallout from the way the Langstroth hive is designed and how heavy it gets, and etc. So with all that said, let's go over here and we're going to take a look at a top bar hive, a quick product demo, if you will, and that means I have to play with the text. So hold on while I switch. Hive, oh, look at that. Okay, and transition. Aha! Okay. I believe we still have all the sound. And if I get up and walk over here with some comb, look at that. Just for those of you who can't see the entire environment, we've got multiple cameras, 2 computer screens, some lights, Jeff, and it's all in my little itty bitty office. So that's another oddball thing. I'm not used to having the hive actually sitting in my office. It usually lives in the back of my car. Anyway, this is a Gold Star top bar hive. It's what we call a side center entrance hive, and the entrances are right here in the middle of the box, and there are 3 of them. I realize that you can't see them on the camera. We will change that later. But let's talk about why that matters. When your entrances are in the middle and you have 2 follower boards, you have a really interesting situation going on here. First off, you have a hive that can start at this end and run that end, use the entrances there, or you can change where the ends are. Does that make sense? So that basically you can control the amount of space that your bees are in, which gets into how to get started up and how to help them not be overwhelmed by a whole lot of empty space when you install a package. But it also means that back here where you can't see it, in this corner and that corner, there are additional entrances. And now you can kind of chunk this thing up into 3 separate things. Now, it's kind of beekeeping, top bar beekeeping 201 to even get involved with these, but if you are doing a split, you can combine these follower boards. Now you've got 2 pieces. If this part of the hive is using the front entrances, this part of the hive can be using the back. So this is really useful if you find yourself needing to do a split, sort of in a like, oops, I waited too long before I did something about another hive because my bees are getting ready to swarm. So the versatility in that way is kind of an advantage. And something that's hard to show on camera, we're going to try it anyway. If I move these bars out, see this? That's glass. And if I go back here and I remove the shutter, oh, look at that. There's a window in the back of here. Do not call this bee inspection, okay? This is bee peeking only, and you cannot see inside the cells. Remember how important that was? But you can take a peek through that window and see 2 important things. If you have a syrup feeder in here, which I recommend that you do, especially early in the season, you can see it, and you can tell whether it is empty, and you should hurry and fill it. The other thing you can see is how many bars of comb your bees have built and whether they need more space. So it's kind of a bell and a whistle, but once you've had an observation window in your hive, you probably won't want another one that doesn't have one because it is really interesting, very helpful low stress for everybody. And if you've got kids or grandkids, the wow factor is kind of great because it's just like looking at one of those little deals that they bring to the state fair where you can watch the bees. You can see the bees. So back to this just briefly. This is a gold star top bar, and here's the thing we like about it. This long beveled point, how do you show this best? Top bars are hard to photograph. I have learned that in the past decade. But here's the important thing about it. There is a lot of surface area here for the bees to attach to. It is as long from this point to this point as it can be and still go in the hive and still allow for what? Bee space around the edges of the comb. So if I picked up this comb and sat it in here, you would see that around the edges of that comb is a 3/8 inch space. So the reason we want it that long is if it's not that long, the bees will get to the end of their comb guide, much like they would have done here and did do here, and they get to the end of that and they will make a curve. And that means they may wander onto the next top bar. This was one of my very first prototypes of a top bar. Didn't like the way it worked. But the minute they make that curve, now they've locked it up to the next bar. And now you can't inspect. And now you have a fixed comb hive, and you can't see what's going on in the way of eggs, larvae, pupa, disease, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why this is really the premium piece in this beehive. Whatever box you stick it in, this is really the piece that helps make it work. This is probably effective at least 85% of the time for keeping your bees really nice and straight on the comb, which matters. All right, so let's see. I call this a 30-bar hive, and if you buy the plans and you make it yourself, it will indeed be a 30-bar hive. Because UPS threw a surcharge on any box that measured over 48 inches, we knocked 5/8 of an inch out of the size of the ones that we ship, but we still give you 30 bars. So you end up with 30 bars, and and that is a bunch of space for bees. It's about the equivalent of 2.3 Langstroth deeps, 10-frame deeps, if that's a paradigm that you can relate to. It also has, in addition to the window, it has a screen bottom, and the bottom board can be removed. There are L brackets and 2 screws on this end, L brackets and 2 screws on this end. You pop the screws out, you drop it down, you screw it in. Now it's like a shelf. Now there's some controversy, and I'm sort of changing the way I think about it too, about whether you care about there being a screen bottom board. Used to be part of what we called integrated pest management. That meant that the screen was sized in such a way that the Varroa mites, if they fell off the bees, fell through the screen, and 2 things could happen. First one was if you had a sticky board down there, you caught them and you could count them, and you had a little bit of an idea of your mite level. There are faster and more likely to succeed methods of testing for mites now, but that was one that was in use 10 years ago. And the other thing is when you drop that bottom board and that open mesh is exposed, the ventilation patterns in your hive have now been radically changed, and that's not necessarily the best thing. I think in some cases it was probably fine, but I don't know that I would be a big proponent of opening it and leaving it. And absolutely, when you start out, do not start out with a brand new package installed in your hive with that bottom board down. Okay? Let's see. You can't really see the legs there. Let me take a quick adjustment on the camera here. I will regret this later probably, but aha, there we go. Okay, so yeah, that is better. So the legs are held on by wing nuts. Super easy to remove them and store them. They actually fit up in the roof. What else would I tell you about this beehive? How about this? This is the heaviest piece of this beehive. This is the lid. Generally it weighs 19 or 20 pounds depending on how humid it is out. So if we wanted to make a real contest out of this, which I don't because I know this to be true, I could stand here and probably teach the entire class holding this lid. It's not that heavy. So it's a very nice comparison to the Langstroth hive, where those doggone boxes go 90 pounds, 100 pounds when you're trying to lift them and then restack them and not squish bees and not get hurt, and you're bent over trying to get in and out with frames, etc. But this is all the heavier this ever gets, and there's a funny little gender thing, not like there aren't many funny gender things about beekeeping, but a funny little gender thing that goes on with the lifting of the lid in a top bar hive, because you notice I'm resting this on my hip, right? Because girls do this, right? That's where the baby goes. So it's easy from that position to set it over that end and feel it land on that cleat, and then have it drop on. Did it go? Have it drop on to the far side. I have something in the way. There we go. Guys, on the other hand, being big, especially up top, have a tendency to grab it and lift it. Probably works for the way your bodies are built, but for girls, this is the way. Easy peasy. So 20 pounds, heaviest piece of the beehive. And now I want to point out one other thing about the fact that, see these bars and how they're all touching? People ask a lot of questions about moisture in a top bar hive, and they worry about putting something up here to absorb moisture. But if your bees are all sealed up in there like they ought to be, no moisture gets up here. This is just an empty attic space. So be aware of that. It comes up pretty often in the construction of hives, and I know you all like to build your own beehives, so it's a thing to know. So all right, let's go back here. We like to call this the drive-through window. This is a way for your bees, who are all living in a group on this side, to get through here into this cavity where I have got stashed a syrup feeder. This is a very basic item. Yes, we sell them. But it's a base that's designed to fit and match the angles inside the hive. These blocks catch the rolled lip of your jar. And this space here, what's that, everybody? Oops, camera. 3/8 of an inch bee space. So the bees are able to go underneath there. And what they're accessing are all the tiny holes that are punched here. And I started in the kitchen with my sugar syrup, filled the jar, put the lid on, went out to the hive, held it over here, turned it over, and it went drip, 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 and then I sat it in the base. And the base sits inside the hive. I mention this because the whole inside the hive, feeding inside the hive issue is of importance if it comes to rubbing. Allow me to come back here and adjust the camera. Because who wants to talk to a headless beekeeper? Okay, so 30 bars, 2 follower boards. We'll get into how you set it up and how you manage the hive throughout the season in a little bit. But I want to mention one other thing that's an important feature of a hive like this, because all those 30 bars, I'm a kit builder. I like everything to be identical, super simple. That way it makes the production of this simpler. But this is the width for broodcomb. But now let's talk about honeycomb. A honeycomb is mostly like a garage. It's just storage. And in my opinion, the bigger the garage, the better. And apparently the bees kind of feel that way about it too, because I have seen them build honeycomb that when you compare it to this is always going to be this size. It's always going to be this width. The baby's needs dictate that. Honeycomb has no such restrictions, and it can get 2 inches fat. Well, this is only 1 3/8 inches, so what happens? Well, the bees build it out, and it gets fatter, and it gets stuck to the next bar, which isn't such a big deal in the honey part of the nest, but if you try to move it to do any kind of inspection, it does cause a problem. So let's say, get some space to work in here. Let's say that I'm coming along and I see that the bees have started making comb on this bar. honeycomb, not brood comb. And they're storing honey in it, and they're building it out fatter and fatter and fatter. And I'm worried about them sticking it to the next bar. So I wish I had a bigger bar, don't I? And that's how you get it. You put your spacer in there. You can put it straight up and down like this. You can lay it down flat like that. So skinny-wise, flat-wise. If you need to, depending on what you see them doing and how fast that honeycomb is getting fat, you can put several of those in a row. So that's how we compensated for the fact that there's no way to tell how many brood combs they're going to make or honeycombs they're going to make. And when you need a bigger bar, that's how you get it. 20 of these come with your kit. Okay. Top bars, follower boards, window, legs, side center entrance, 2 rear entrances, 20-pound lid. That's it in a nutshell. I had 3 years of field testing with this thing before I ever offered it as a product, and we have not changed very much about it ever since. We moved the legs from the outside to the inside because it looked better, and we improved the way this roof ridge seals up so that that was a nice, a more weather-tight sort of seal. And so that is most of what you need to know about that. There are 2 other types of hives out there. You could probably split hairs and say there were more than that, but Les Crowder from New Mexico is pretty well known, him and Marty Hardison from Colorado as well, for what they call an end entrance hive. So there's no entrances along this side. This becomes the front, if you will, or the end of the hive, and you've got a slot with a landing board. So it's a little bit like the bottom board on a Langstroth hive. The bees land and they walk in, and they're coming in this way. So this would be like bar number 1, and it would be right up against the front. In this case, when you start your bees, I call bar number 1 the one that goes right up against that top bar, the one closest to the food, because fewer steps to the kitchen is a good thing, right? And then you can take and sort of create a hybrid idea out of it. Move these entrances to one end, kind of like they are on the back anyway. Move the entrances to the end. Call this a side end entrance hive. And really what it does is just controls which way you manage the comb throughout the season. But the side end is round holes, no landing board. The end entrance, flat slot, and flat slot on just where the landing board is easy for the bees to walk in on, and then this one, which starts everything there, uses these back entrances as an auxiliary situation. Okay, briefly, top bar hive tool. In my world, that's what this is. I have a couple of Langstroth hive tools, but I don't find that they work all that great, and here's why. These guys are chamfered along this edge so that there's a V, tiny V between all these bars. And so when I need to get in here, I can drop that hive tool into that slot and go chink, and it loosens it right up. And chink. And now I can look down the side as well, which is another important thing to know about top bar hives. There was a lot of talk about how the angle prevented the bees from sticking comb to the sides. Don't pay any attention to that. That is not correct. They tack weld soft, fresh comb wherever they need to till it gets a little harder, and then you cut it loose, and you probably won't ever have to cut it loose again. But if it's attached to the side, here's what you do. Go down the side with your hive tool, feel that handle bump, and now do a windshield wiper thing. You're coming up from the bottom, looks like this, so that you're never pulling down on the comb. You don't want to do that. No extra stress on the comb, but down the side so it's flush to the wood and up through any attachments, and now your comb is loose. You can pick it up. The whole attachment thing got very overblown years ago. It's not that big a deal, but use that to get detached. Use that to drop in there and pop them apart, and super handy. You probably have something like this in your kitchen, but this is also something that we offer on the website. Okay. Anything I should add?
Rhonda would like if you could show how the bottom board works.
Let's see, Rhonda, how do I tell you best? Dare I pick up the camera and move it.
I wonder, do we want to?
No, that's even harder. Okay, here we go. We mess with the tech. I don't want to make anybody seasick if I can help it, but okay. Alrighty, so there's a screw and there's a screw. And if you move those out and move the whole thing down and screw them in down there, then you have created about an inch gap and reattached it, exposed the screen bottom, and if you create a sticky board and set it on this bottom board, on the top side of the bottom board, then mites that fall through there will get caught, which is just, as far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing to happen to a mite. And it was, like I said, at one point, a good way to try to count your mites. But there you go, Rhonda. That's what it looks like on the ends. Those are the little L brackets that hold it all together. Okay. Uh-huh.
Carl asking if we can talk about solar orientation, location, and compass.
Can we ask him to hang on with that question? Because that fits easily into another segment of the class. Okay. No harm done. Yeah, what do you think? Whew. Scared to move the camera. All righty. Let's get some water. Okay, so let's take a look at, let's see, what do we want to look at? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go here. All right, from here I'm just going to talk to you. Jeff's going to feed me questions. We'll try and get some answered. What was that last question? Sticky board in the Gold Star world is actually called Mighty Board. And believe you me, when I found it in the hardware store called that, and I was looking for a sticky board for mites, I laughed pretty hard. It's a sheet of plastic. It's very flexible. If you hold it up, it's a sheet of like 18 by 24. You hold it up at one end and you rattle it. It makes that sound effect like thunder. It cuts with scissors. It washes, so it's reusable. And you can buy it from a company called Faux Like a Pro. That's F-A-U-X, Faux Like a Pro. They sell painting supplies, and so it's a way of mixing your paint on a plastic surface. They don't sell them singly. I found them the first time in a hardware store in Bath, Maine, and I buy them in bulk so I can parcel them out to you guys who probably only need 2 or 3 and don't want to buy 50. So that's an option. It is a pretty nice product. I use it for a lot of other things now too, because it works really well for taking yeast and yeast nutrient and getting it into my carboy when I'm making mead. So a flexible plastic thing, who knew? But we can certainly get you links to that, or if you go to the website and you look for Mite Board, you'll find it for sale there, and I can give you more info if you email me with that one. What else you got? Okay, let's talk about what to do with the outside of the hive. Would I waterproof it or do anything about the outside? How many people know Michael Bush as what he calls the lazy beekeeper? He also calls himself the practical beekeeper, which is actually a better description of Michael Bush. But if you do the math on what value you get out of painting or sealing a hive, you'll find that if you don't do anything at all, it'll probably last, I think it's about 84 months. And if you do something, it'll probably last about 7 years. Now, if you're good at math on Saturday mornings, you'll realize that that's the same amount of time. So it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. In Maine, I used to make a big deal out of painting the roofs. And in fact, originally we painted the roofs and sold you either a black roof or a white roof with the idea that black would absorb heat and white would reflect it. And so there was the New Englander, which had the black roof, and the Arizona, which had the white. That has all gone down the stream of time because we realized that the difference was not really measurable. And in fact, when you most wanted that black roof to be absorbing heat to keep your bees all snug and warm, which isn't, by the way, the way that works. Typically, at least in Maine, that black roof was probably actually white and probably under 2 feet of white. So it didn't really make any sense. And the difference is not really measurable. So it was more about painting it to cause a heat absorption or reflection thing. And then I realized, well, you know what? If you don't paint it at all, it just turns that lovely color of silver. And then I moved down here to North Carolina, and this particular hive is made out of cypress. And that stuff lasts forever, so I wouldn't probably invest the time. Now, if you want to put something on the roof, because it does take more of a beating than the rest of the hive, tongue oil might be an option. Boiled linseed oil has been used. Paint is not out of the question. If you can find a non-toxic paint, so much the better. We like that a lot. I don't think it's crucial. You can do it, yes. The one thing you do not want to do once you opened up the idea of paint and beehives, don't put anything like paint or stain or tongue oil on the inside, because the bees want that raw wood situation. There are some people who coat it with a propolis tincture, some people who coat it with beeswax. I don't have enough data on that to really speak strongly one way or another. They don't sound like bad ideas, but don't paint the inside of your beehive.
So we have requested you repeat the questions.
Oh, yes. I am so sorry.
So let's see.
Next question.
Where in the hive do you place your package of bees, end or middle?
Okay, where in the hive do you put the package of bees, in the end or the middle? We'll get deeper into this, but if we are, let's see, can I get the beehive in here? Let's do this. Okay, let me walk over here. Because this is a side center entrance hive, I center my bees in what we like to call the bee bowl in the middle. So roughly 10 bars of space when I start a colony, and they go here. Because I'm going to put my feeder here, I'm going to put my queen here. This becomes bar 1, and your bees are going to build this way because you want unidirectional bees, right? If your end entrance hive starts with bar 1 here, your bees are going to build this direction. And where your queen is where your bees will start, and that is going to be where your brood nest starts, and that's what kind of causes the biology to work. So in this case, because I've moved this over, I'm limiting their space for temperature reasons. I'm going to start here, let them go this way. Now, what's your next question? Oh yeah, what about this space? We're going to talk about a mid-season shift. There's info in the book and on video about this, but basically, if I were to really fast forward through this, we take these bars out, we take the feeder out, we do an inspection that causes all of this to move to here, we put the extra space down there now, and continue to grow in that direction. More on the bee bowl later. Okay, next question. Okay, we got a bottom board that doesn't seal tight. Most of them don't. That was more or less intentional. It helps a little bit with ventilation, even in the wintertime. But the next question is really about how do you modify your beehive once you've got bees in it, and I know that that is a unique challenge. But you could carefully and gently take the bottom board off, pull the staples out of the screen, because the bees can go in and out of whatever entrance, who cares, right? And then take that bottom board back. I guess I would probably take it to the garage, and I would drill a series of holes down both long ends and countersink them. And then I would bring it back to the hive, get it held in place, probably with some loving partner, and screw it on permanently. And that way you could put enough screws in there to seal it up tight and eliminate that draft. I'm not sure that the draft is all that big a worry, but it has occurred to us too that maybe maybe we just ditch the whole screen bottom concept altogether. But then you talk to people in Texas and Arizona where it gets super hot and they have comb collapse because there's just not enough air movement. So we're looking for a balance on that too. Great question.
Okay, two quick ones.
Okay.
Marion wants to know how to set up a top bar hive with openings on the end as far as the feeder and the follower.
Haha. Okay, how to set up a top bar hive, an end entrance where you've got a flat landing board and a slot entrance, I'm assuming. That could be wrong, but let's assume. And repeat the rest of it for me. How to...
And how to set it up as far as the feeder and the follower.
Okay, so how to feed in an end entrance hive is a little different than I show you in a side center entrance because you don't really have the ability to get on the other side of that follower board unless you put a hole through your follower board and your bees, which you want to start here at the beginning, right? Bar number 1, close to your entrance, queen cage, first bar of comb, and then several bars of empty space, then your follower board, then your feeder. There's nothing wrong with that, but more typically, a Boardman feeder, something much like what I just showed you that goes inside the mason jar upside down, can go onto a base that would be purchased from a Langstroth supplier, and it would just slip into the front entrance, assuming that you have a slot entrance, and you'd feed them from the front. And that way you don't have to deal with the fact that the follower board is so far away from where your bees are actually starting inside the hive. I think that answered the question. Do you? Okay. Next up.
We've got one more.
Okay, 1 more minute, 1 more question.
Okay, maybe two. Okay. So where would you put your feeder then if you move your bees to the middle, which I will be doing today? So I think that's talking about
Read it to me again.
where would you put your feeder then if you move your bees to the middle, which I'm doing today, which I will be doing today.
Okay, I think that person is asking, where do you put your feeder if you've done the mid-season shift?
Right.
That's what I think you're asking. If not, say so in the chat and we'll catch it. So in a side center entrance like we got here, we started with the transition, the camera. Okay. We start out with feeder here, bees here. We add space as we go like so. That's how the hive gets bigger as your bees make more comb. Now, when we do that mid-season shift and we move them all down, used to be that I told you to switch the follower boards because only one had a hole. Then we got really smart, and now we put a hole in both of them. So it doesn't matter which follower board is where. But in this case, let's say we have picked up all these bars and the feeder, and we've slid everything down, and now we put the feeder down on this side. So they can still have it, and it's going to be in the direction that they're building. The only real reason that we started out with it here, there's no reason you couldn't start it over here, except that when you start it here, and this is bar 1, it's closer. So it's easier for them to get to it. And then when you move it down there, it's warm, they're moving around, they're out foraging, and hopefully they don't even want the food that much, and they are able to continue to use it, but it's not as crucial that it be close and easy. All right. So let's take a break, 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, get up, stretch, move your body around, do some blood flow stuff, and we will be back in 10. Thank you very much. Here's where this gets complicated, because I don't have the break screen open. Okay, so let's do this. Ta-da, so I can mess with that. I'm super Testing 1, 2, 3. Ha. Look at that. When you can fix the text on the fly, you feel better about it. Okay. Let's back up. We had a question about are there any ventilation holes in this hive? And the answer to the question is no. And the reason for that is because it's not a precision build. It isn't airtight, and so there's some air movement, just mostly because the bottom board isn't sealed up tight. Now, if you sealed the bottom board up tight and you lived in an area, especially like Seattle, Washington, famous for being very, very wet, you might want to add some ventilation if your climate is moist, humid. Other than that, I don't necessarily want to add any ventilation. Like I said, I'm not so sure that I like the idea that the screen bottom board is still there after these many years. So because the bees are underneath all those touching top bars, and because they're more or less able to move that air around, I don't worry too much about ventilation. I would caveat that with the fact that if it was super humid, then it might make sense. And where would I put them is probably the next thought you're having. And I would put them at the top of, if here is the top of your hive and here is where your top bars are resting, I would probably put them near the top, inch or two down from the top. That's from somebody who's never done it, so your mileage may vary. Bear that in mind. Okay, so let me go back to the PowerPoint question and open the other PowerPoint where we would like to go, which means clicking all these other places too. So hold on while I figure that out. Dun, da, da, da. Close the break. Open the number 2. Basic bee biology, make that display as we desire it to appear so I can see it. Go here. Waiting. Come on, tech. Basic bee biology, it does work, there's just a lag. Okay, and we transition to that. How do you like that? Okay, so bee biology controls a whole lot of what goes on in any box that contains bees. So understanding what's going on in the box is helpful to you, and let's talk about some of it, shall we? Have you got sound? You appear to have sound. I'm hoping that that is an old message. And they can only chat every 30 seconds, so they can't tell you. They're probably good, but watch for that for me. Okay, so, hey, Maine. If you've ever been to Portland, Maine, you may recognize this building. I like buildings that tell you what they are. So this gave me a kick, the time and temperature building located in downtown Portland. And on the top of it has a big LED sign. And what does it say? It says the time, and then it says the temperature, and then it probably says call Joe, who is apparently the local ambulance chaser in town, in case you've had an accident and you need a lawyer. But basically, time and temperature were a great combination in this photo for me, because that is almost everything you need to know about bee biology. How long does something take, and at what temperature can it happen or can it not happen? So let's talk about that. Inside this box, we have about 65,000 honeybees. This is one of those things we like to call a they say. They say it's about 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. I've heard many different numbers. I landed on this one, so now you can say Christy says, but it's a bunch of bees. When you start out with a 3-pound package, and that's about 10,000 bees, they say, that is a huge expansion. So bear that in mind. Your little bitty package on day 1 and your package at the end of July are two completely different animals. But out of those 65,000-ish bees at the peak of your season, you've got a queen, you've got a whole lot of workers, and you've got some drones. These are not exact breakdowns. It's just to kind of give you an idea of the size and scope of things so that you can try to fathom what it's going to be like at the peak of the season. So a whole bunch of 3 different what they call castes: workers, drones, and queen. And there she is, Miss Royalty herself. That is a queen with her wings kind of kicked up in the air, so that's a slightly interesting view of her. She's walking on a piece of brood comb, so that is capped worker brood that you see her on, and she's surrounded by a whole bunch of worker bees. But she has that long, solid color, pointy abdomen. That's one of the ways that you identify her. There's another queen. And that's also on a bunch of capped worker brood, except see where it says larva? Those little white grubs, that's what a bee looks like between the time it is an egg and the time it becomes capped brood or capped pupa. There's that queen again. Long, pointy abdomen, much longer than her wings, solid color, and her thorax is less fuzzy, a little shinier typically than a worker bee. Look at that. There's another one. Isn't she gorgeous? Black, shiny, thorax. See where her wings stop? And then she's got 2 or 3 segments of her abdomen below that. Another gorgeous queen. There's one. That's one of mine. This picture was taken by the state bee inspector in Maine from several years ago, Tony Jazak. And he was doing an inspection with a top bar hive with me in Bath, and that is a really pretty girl. Very shiny thorax, really stands out. The thing to know about spotting queens, and this will come up again, is that you can't look at every bee. You will make yourself nutty cuckoo if you try to look at every bee. But when you spot that black shiny thorax, then notice that that long abdomen extends beyond the wings. And she's probably also running diagonally across the comb to get away from you. That's another clue. That's how you tell. So you kind of fog out your vision a little bit. Don't look at every bee. Look for that shiny thorax and that long, pointy abdomen that's longer than her wings. So those are all worker bees, I believe, on that comb. Gorgeous. Oh, look at that. Yet another queen. And then there's a cell full of pollen. There's several of them, actually, but the one that's pointed to is quite full and easy to identify. And then the shiny reflection in the cell to its right is the nectar that they have packed in there. So more than likely, that's way up top near the top bar on a comb. And there's Her Majesty wandering around looking for a place to stick her tail and lay an egg. Okay, so here's a quiz. This is kind of a classic picture, the fact that you've got the queen in the center, shiny thorax, extended abdomen, and you got that whole circle of bees around her. I almost anyway, I can't speak for everybody, but I almost never see that configuration except in this picture. And what is weird about this picture? Well, there's grass in it. How is there grass inside this hive? Well, what you probably need to understand is that that is the edge of the lid of a gold star top bar hive, which I typically lift up, turn over, and lay down upside down on the grass, which is exactly what I had done here. And so she was out of the hive because this hive was getting ready to swarm. They were in the process of leaving when I left my house and said, "What is that noise?" and realized that I was going to be late for my next appointment while I dealt with my bees, because I did not necessarily want them to swarm. I wanted them to hang out. So I split them like on the spot. Okay, here's another queen. What is that big green dot? Well, because queens are not easy to spot, this is one of the things that us humans do to make our lives better, and that is a drop of paint on her shiny black thorax so that you can identify her. She stands out much more vividly with a bright dot of paint on her. Now, I have issues personally with putting a dot of paint on the most important bug in your box, but there are some reasons to do it. This is where you kind of move into the idea of queen breeding. There are colors assigned to different years. I think that's the next slide. Yes, it is. So if the year ends in a 1 or a 6, the dot you put on your queen born that year would be white or gray, that very light color. If it's 2 or 7, yellow, 3 or 8, red, etc., you can read the chart. And if it is imperative to your beekeeping business or learning process that you know what year that queen was born in, then marking her does make sense in that way. Other than that, I've seen the bees try to get that paint off the queen and hurt her in the process. So I would rather we all were just really excellent queen spotters, or we knew how to not spot a queen and still tell she was there, more on that later, and didn't have to put paint on them. I can understand how industrial guys in a hurry find this very useful. I can totally understand if you have an intensive queen breeding program that you'd be able to tell that the queen in your box is the one you started out with, that she hasn't swarmed away. So it's useful. I don't know that it's all that great for bees. But look at that. There's an interesting use of marking. Shout out to John Chicken in Maine, who gave me this photograph to use because he found himself in a Gold Star top bar hive with 2 queens. And he was not quite sure that that's what happened because he had picked up 1 comb and seen a queen, and then gone several combs and picked up a comb and said, another queen. So he got some help, he got them marked, and then he got this magical photograph of both of them marked on the same bar, and that was just kind of a mind-blowing thing right there. So you can see, yes, it happens. They say, in fact, that 2 queens in a hive happens about 20% of the time. But beekeepers, we go through the hive and we look. Oh, look, there's the queen. And then we stop looking. So this is exactly what happens when you say things like, why are my car keys always in the last place you look? It's because after that you stop looking. And the same thing happens in your beehive. You were looking for your queen and you saw her and then you stopped looking. And so you may have 2 queens and miss it a bunch of the time. So it does happen. It doesn't necessarily last very long. It's typically a mother-daughter situation because the genetic programming isn't there for that mated queen to kill the virgin or that virgin to kill a mated queen. It's mostly virgins killing virgins. So this situation can happen and does a bunch of the time. The other really nice thing about this slide is when we talk about the 3 caste bees, the workers and the drones and the queens, we say things like, well, the drones are bigger. Well, that begs the question, doesn't it? Bigger than what? And if you don't have everybody on the same page to compare them to, you don't know bigger than what. So this particular photograph was a wonderful teaching tool for that too. You've got those 2 queens, and between the 2 of them and just up above them is a big fat drone. Now his wings are longer than his big round butt. His thorax is tremendously huge. I mean, really huge. That's why the cells have to be bigger, because that big thorax takes up space. So a drone cell is a bigger cell. And when we show you a picture of the front of his face, they are all eyeball. Just eyes, 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 because, you know, the better to see you with, my dear. Because what does he do? He chases queens to mate with. So it's important that he fly fast. It's important that he see well. So there you go. There's the take on drones. But now you've got workers, a drone, and 2 queens, and you can see the differences. That was the most amazing photograph. I remember just doing the happy dance when I got that picture from him. So thanks again, John. And ta-da, just in case you didn't have them picked out before, there they are in circles. And here, you might call this the Mile High Club. This is what drones do best. When you look at that drone and you see that big shiny thing on his face, that is an eye. That's how big their eyes are. And he is twisted around underneath her to get his genitalia where it needs to go. And the important thing about this is you notice that those guys are in the air. So unless you're artificially inseminating a queen in a lab, this is where and how it happens. This gives the lie to anybody who tells you my bees are this and so strain of bees, because the more promiscuous your queen is, the better mated she is, the more the bees love her, the more the hive thrives. So you might say, if you'll pardon my harsh language, the sluttier she is, the happier everybody is. So the record from those who have studied such things, the record I've heard is 40 drones. That's a bunch of drones. And a poorly mated queen I don't know where her limits are. Maybe she's approved and maybe it's only 2 or 3. But the more drones and the more genetic material she is carrying inside her body to fertilize eggs with, the better. But it happens in the air. You don't see this happening inside the beehive. Here's a trivia picture. This is Dennis Van Engeldorp popping the drones. If you were artificially inseminating a queen, this is how you get the semen. You take the drone and you squeeze him, and that little 3-pronged jester hat, tulip sort of shaped thing pops out of his abdomen, and then if you give it one tiny more squeeze, there's a little drop of semen that pops in there where you can get it with a pipette and go on about your lab business. But just a thing that I've seen at a bee conference. Okay, so let's talk about stinging. I almost forget to talk about this because, you know, it's a part of beekeeping, but once you are into it, it's not that big a deal. But there is a perception in some cases where people think that bees are out to get you. They come out of the hive, they see you, they zoom over there, and they sting you. Well, that would be a pretty silly bee. They have no need to go and chase down you or your kid or your dog unless you are scaring them about what you're about to do to their babies or their food. So they're not aggressive, but they do defend the things that matter to them, i.e. babies and food. Part of the reason for that is that when she stings you, she dies. So the whole thing is a kamikaze event on her part. When she stings you, that stinger sticks in you, and it's attached to her guts. And so that means when it sticks in you, her guts come out, and it's over for her, game over for her. So it's not something that they do for giggles. And then an interesting thing, and this is always fun to play with the grandkids, drones don't even have stingers, so you can handle a drone, pick him up, hand him to someone. He has no way to hurt you. But worker bees, those are the ladies who take care of business, and they will sting you when they're worried about brood and food. And there you go. This is a photograph. I'd like to shout out to Kathy Keatley-Garvey, amazing bee photographer. You can Google her. I have a puzzle, jigsaw puzzle of one of her bee photos. But this is Eric Musser? Eric Mullen? Eric? This is Eric, sorry, in the bee lab out at, I believe, UC Davis. And he said to her, as I've heard the story told, Kathy, you should grab your camera because this bee is about to sting me. And by the time she turned around, ta-da, it had happened. So you can see there the stinger in his wrist and her guts still attached to the stinger, trailing out of her abdomen, and she is moments away from dying from that process. But that's what it looks like. And that little stinger guy that's stuck in his wrist, that's the part that you would like to remove from your flesh because, first off, there's a small sac of venom that continues to pulse even after the bee is gone and pushes more venom into you. And if you leave that in there and it gets infected, that's a drag. Not a big deal, but it can be a drag. So pick that out. Now let's talk about what it's like to get stung and what your reaction might be. First off, it's extremely individual, and you should also know that it can change over time. I've known people who have kept bees for decades that then suddenly found themselves developing an anaphylactic allergic reaction. So this is a real good reason to let somebody know when you're heading out to your bee yard, because if something like that happens to you, you would like them to perhaps find you before it caused your demise. But it can change over time. You can even have one reaction to a honeybee and a different reaction to, say, a wasp or a hornet. So be aware of that too. You can really violently react to one and not to others. And then there are some things you really shouldn't be surprised about. It is venom. We call it venom. It's bee venom. So when you get injected with bee venom, one thing has already happened. You have a puncture wound. The next thing is you've been injected with venom, and it should swell. It should hurt, probably be itchy, and it will probably turn red. Those are perfectly normal reactions to bee venom. When you can't breathe, or you get nauseous, or you get confused, or you just like lose it in the first 2 minutes or so, that is an anaphylactic allergy. That's a life or death thing. It is a very, very get to the hospital big deal. But less than 2% of the population actually reacts to that extent to a bee sting. So many people say, oh, I can't keep bees, I'm allergic to bees. Probably not so much. They probably have a reaction that they find unpleasant to being stung by a bee, and that's a good reason not to keep bees, but it is also probably not an anaphylactic allergy. So be aware of that. It can be a very important thing, but it is also a very small percent of the population. Now, I have to say, just because it's coronavirus days, that I sound like some of the people I've seen on the news talking about, oh, only this many thousands of people got killed by coronavirus, but that's a rabbit hole we're not going to go down today. So anyway, 2% of the population is a very small number of people to have a life or death allergy to honeybee venom. So it's probably not you. If it is you, oh my gosh, either do not keep bees or take extreme measures to protect yourself. I do know some people with an anaphylactic situation who still keep bees. That speaks well to the love of bees, but maybe not to common sense. So moving on. Here's another artist. Shout out to Rosalind Fisher. She did a book called Bees. And that is a worker bee stinger magnified phenomenal number of times. She uses an electron microscope, I believe it is, where things have to be plated in gold in order to be photographed in this way. But when you go back to that little tiny stinger stuck in Eric's wrist and compare it to that, wow, is all I can say to that. All right, honeybee lifespans. This is part of the time, in the time and temperature. When you know these things, you can sort of do some calculations and understand some of the workings of your hive. And this first one, I will cast immediate aspersions on it because in the past decade that I've been keeping bees, this number has changed. I think the record I've heard on the oldest queen that anybody could verify was 7 years. And today, that is mind-blowing. To have them live 2 years and 3 years is almost a surprise. But let's say 3 years. Queens probably live 3 years. That's assuming that they don't swarm away and you never see them again. That's assuming that they stayed in your bee yard for their whole lifespan. So several years for them. Worker bees in the summertime live about 42 days. That's 6 weeks. They are only foragers for half of that. So there's another math thing that you might want to stick a pin in and remember. Then that same worker bee, born in the fall, she's configured a little different, and she will live 4 or 5 months to get through the winter. There will be fatty deposits in her abdomen. She'll have a couple of features that we don't understand well that makes her able to live in a fairly sedentary life through the winter and continue the life of the hive while there's no forage outside and your bees are hiding in their box in cluster, surviving on their honey. And then there's drones. Now, I have a question mark after that 30 days because I ask a lot of people what the answers to these questions are, and I don't always get the same answer because, you know, beekeepers, you ask 10 beekeepers and get 11 opinions. I've heard 30, I've heard 60, I've heard 90. I don't actually know how long a drone lives. I do know this, though. Come fall, some day that the bees magically choose, suddenly they all get kicked out of the beehive, at which point they die from exposure. So however many days they've been alive, there's the answer to how long does a drone live, but it is a pretty dramatic thing to see them, especially if you can see the ground or maybe some other surface, the driveway or something underneath your hive. When they all get thrown out, there will suddenly be carcasses all over the place on the ground. It's a dog-eat-dog world, I guess. So back to time and temperature. 42 degrees was, I waited a long time to get that picture. Seeing as how I am a Douglas Adams fan and love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and maybe you do too. Otherwise, it was just 42 degrees that day at the Time and Temperature building in Portland, Maine. So, when you combine the time and the temperature information with knowing what things look like, you are now armed and dangerous. One of my complaints when I got out of bee school was that I somehow missed the description or the pictures or the understanding. I did not leave bee school knowing what anything looked like inside the beehive. I knew that I was supposed to inspect my bees, and so I lit a smoker, and I went out and took the lid off, and I lifted them, and I looked at them, and then I put them back in, and then I put the lid back on, and that was a bee inspection. I didn't have any plan. I didn't have any intent. I didn't have any understanding. And then when I suddenly saw pictures of all this stuff and went, oh, well, that was a game changer. So I want you to understand, when you know the time, the temperature, and can do a little bit of bee math, you know more about what's going on in your hive than what you're looking at. And all of it works together to help you gauge what's going on in your beehive. So let's look. Aha! The infamous bee egg. You will hear this described as, oh, it looks like a grain of rice. And frankly, that would be correct. However, that is the tiniest grain of rice you will ever see. It is more like the size of a hyphen on a textbook page. They are tiny, 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 tiny. So that's challenging, because when you go to look at your bees, if you wear glasses and then you put on a bee veil and the light isn't shining just right inside that cell, you can't see those little stingers. It's nearly impossible. And then let's say you're using a top bar hive. So the comb is brand new, beautiful, fresh, white. Oh yeah, white. That's a problem, isn't it? You can see these guys pretty well here because the background is not white. But imagine if that comb was white. So that's what a bee egg looks like. I don't blame you if you can't see them. I don't blame you if you don't even look, because in 3 days, they're going to change up and they're going to look like that thing on the left. Little C-shaped grub, that's a larva. Probably that's a larva, I'm going to guess 4 or 5 days. I don't have any actual numbers on that, but they spend that 3 days at the first sticking out of the cell like you see them, and then over the course of 3 days they lay over and they hatch, and now they are a larva. And now they're much, much, much easier to see, and you know that it's 3 days or older. So when they look like that, this stuff is all called brood. Just a fancy word for baby bees, and it can be in a couple of different configurations. When it's open, like you just saw, if it's beyond an egg, then it's a larva. Larvae, if you got more than one. When there's a cap over it, now it's a pupa. Pupae, if there's more than one. And they are also drone and worker. So you can have open drone brood, capped worker brood. All of it is a way of describing things, but it really sort of points out the fact that beekeeping is very loosey-goosey with terminology, and the vocabulary gets kind of all over the road. Be glad we're not talking about Langstroth hives where you can go from box to deep to super to shallow to... What are all those? They're all essentially the same thing. So is this, with different configs. So let's talk about some of those. There's a beautiful comb that is almost exclusively capped worker brood. So the cappings are more or less flat. They look a little fibrous. They're slightly raised on the edges, but they're just kind of nice, mellow, flat little guys. That was a pretty nice queen. She was very consistent with her laying pattern, not much in the way of spottiness or shotgun pattern. So gorgeous. And there is the capped drone brood with the domes that they are famous for. People look at that and say, aha, Cocoa Puffs. But yeah, very domed, kind of like the rounded eraser on a pencil. Definitely not flat and fibrous. So there's some drones, and there's a kamikaze bee coming right at the camera, and they're sort of blurry. Don't know what he was thinking. Okay, so here's another patch of drone brood, more or less on the right-hand side. Looks like there's a little on the left as well, but you can see capped drone brood, and you can see a few drone larvae over to the right of where the cappings are. So that's giving you an idea that as they progress from egg to larva to pupa, you will see all of those in the same comb, typically, as your hive progresses through the season. So what do we see here? Well, right off the bat, I see capped worker brood. Down there in the bottom left, though, what's that? Okay, there's a tiny patch of capped drone brood. This is how the bees do it when we're not manipulating them with foundation. They mix it up, they put it where they need it, put it where they want it. Another thing to point out in that particular photograph is that orange line that runs horizontally between my hands. That's a line of propolis where the bees stuck that top bar to the next to close up the gap. Okay, time to do math. It's past noon, so I'm okay with that. But this is one of the trickier things I have ever tried to put in a visual format. So let's say, in all cases, all three casts, queen, worker, and drone, day 0 is the day that the egg is laid. In all three cases, all of those eggs, they hatch at 3.5 days of age. Pretty simple so far. But then it starts to get different, because that queen bee is going to go from day 3.5 to day 8. So what's that give us? 4.5 days. Now she's capped. So she was egg, 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 larva, 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 capped, and now she's pupa, 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 pupa. Don't try to say that real fast. That was a bad idea. And on day 16, possibly 15, she will emerge or hatch. So this most important bee in the box takes the least amount of time of anybody that's in the hive for her to go from start to finish. Now our worker bee does the same thing. The egg gets laid on day 0. At 3.5, that egg hatches and becomes a little C-shaped grub. Now she's a larva. From 3.5 to day 9, she remains a larva. Then she gets capped. Now she is a pupa, and on day 20, thereabouts, she emerges, chews her way out of that cell, and now she is a brand new worker bee. Same process. Just continue with me here. Drones, eggs hatch 3.5, larva to day 10, capped on day 10. 2 weeks it takes to bake a drone. They take a long time to make that big boy bee, and there are fewer of them, but it takes longer. So you can do some interesting math with that. But one thing that I'll point out to you here, kind of early in this process of biology, is it only takes about 2 weeks to make a queen. So when you ask me how often should I inspect my beehive, think about that. 2 weeks to make a queen. If you didn't catch any other signs of your bees wanting to reproduce by swarming, that's an important fact. All right. So how to not spot your queen. Because you can do math, you don't have to see your queen. It's lovely to see your queen. Everybody loves a day when you get in your hive and go, oh, we saw the queen in all of my hives, and it was cool, and we all took pictures, and it was great. But if you are looking in your hive and you don't happen to lay eyes on your Royal Majesty, but you find eggs, how long ago was there a queen? Think about that. There was a queen as long ago as 3 days, and there might be one as recently as now. Make sense? So now you know there's a queen, but you didn't have to see her. What if you find larvae, brand new, tiny little gray, round white grubs, just hatched, and there's open brood, but no eggs. So you look in the cell, and they're either empty, there's nothing in there, or there are tiny little C-shaped grubs, or bigger C-shaped grubs. Okay? So what you know here is there was a queen in the hive 4 days ago, or that queen was laying 4 days ago. If her egg production cut off, you start to wonder what happened to her, depending on where you are in the season. There are reasons for her to stop laying, but typically in a thriving hive going full bore into the season, 4 days is the answer to that. Now, what if you had 2 Langstroth hives and you put a queen excluder between the 2, and then 4 days later you go and you look, and one of those boxes has eggs in it and the other one does not? Well, this is pretty obvious, I know, but the queen's in the one that has the eggs. That's a useful thing to know too, because if you need to isolate in such a way, keeping her confined or preventing her from getting somewhere will help you to isolate her, and those eggs or just hatched larvae will help you figure out where she's at. Hold on, I got an eyeball. Okay. We got a right now question?
Yeah. Don and Roseanne are asking, what is the reason the queen grows so much more quickly than everyone else?
Okay, what is the reason that the queen grows so much more quickly than everyone else? I don't have any scientific answer for you on that, but I would say that because a hive in need of a queen is in a fragile situation, let's hurry up and make it happen, because it matters a lot that that problem gets solved fast. How's that for an answer? I don't actually know the science. You would think that she would be more complicated and higher quality and all those good things, and so she would take the longest, but that is not how it pans out in reality. Great question. Ooh, we got more one. Okay, one more.
What if you see the queen but no eggs or larvae? 2 weeks in, no eggs or larvae, 100% positive of the queen that's marked.
Okay, so the question is, what if you've seen the queen and you know that she is there, but you're not seeing any eggs or larvae? Oh, 2 weeks in. Do they say whether it's a brand new, just installed package? Okay, let's assume that that's a brand new package, and we're waiting to see her start laying, because the concern is, was she well mated and is she going to perform? Here's about brand new hives. If you've just installed a package, and it's been 2 weeks ago exactly, so now we're talking time and doing some math. So if it was 2 weeks ago, let's think about what had to happen in that 2 weeks. If she was a caged queen with a candy plug, and it took the bees, generally it takes 3 to 5 days for them to eat the way through the candy to get the queen released. So let's go worst case. Let's say it took 5 days. So out of our 14-day period, 5 days for her to get released. Then she's got to get sort of some exercise and kind of wander around the hive and get her sea legs under her, and then she has to actually start laying. Those two processes can easily take her about 10 days. So we're at day 15. So if you're 2 weeks, I would do two things. I would see if I could get a line on a queen, a replacement queen, just in case you need her. And the second thing I would do is I would add more time. So give it another 3 to 5 days before you panic, because if she's in there and she's healthy and happy and they already love her and know her pheromone, you might find that it isn't always, but it can be problematic to replace the queen. So I would not throw good money after bad, because if they like the queen they have and you add a different queen and they kill her, then you have sort of wasted your time and money. So give it another few days. Add more time. Anybody else? We good? Okay, so we're not spotting the queen. Now we're going to move from time and mass to temperature. So when we say that bees are in cluster, that means that it is not warm enough for them to fly. So they are hanging out in a ball of bees inside the hive, not heating the area around them, but heating the ball of bees. And if inside that ball of bees, which is cut through by several pieces of comb more than likely as well, if there are baby bees in there, that brood has to be kept at 93 degrees for it to stay viable. So in the middle of that cluster, 93 degrees. That's what it takes to raise a baby bee. If there's no brood in there, that cluster is probably about 55 degrees. That's warm enough to keep the outside bees warm enough that they're not paralyzed, and the inside bees are a little warmer and they're moving around and doing stuff. But when there's no brood, they don't need the 93 degrees, so they keep it about 55. A bee at around 46 degrees can, especially if she's off all by herself, can become paralyzed, can't move, appears to be dead. She would probably come back to life if she got warmed up, but that's why the 55 is probably their low end on how warm they're keeping it in the cluster. And then here's an oddball number. 91 degrees is what they have to have where they are making wax. Probably the biggest point that sentence makes is that they are not likely to be making wax if it is 65 degrees out, unless they can control the temperature right there where they are making and attaching small wax globs to other wax globs to make a comb. If they can keep the temperature 91 degrees there, then they are able to make wax. All right, some more important temperatures. I mentioned that bees don't fly from about 48 degrees or below, and at 45, 46 degrees, they become paralyzed. They can't even move to get into a cluster to get warm. And here, this is a very top bar specific phrase to know. Repeat this after me. Cold bees can't cluster. If they are paralyzed and they can't get themselves into that ball of bees, they will die in a heap. So remember that one. Stick a pin in that, as they say. Okay, now we're talking about some fun stuff, and I think we have about the right amount of time to get it in before we knock off for lunch in just about 35 minutes. So for those of you that are starving, I'm with you. Me too. But this swarming is probably the most interesting, most understood, most amazing, mysterious, magical, crazy, oh my gosh, thing that bees do. It is not division, except it kind of is, but it's division in order to multiply. So we're going to get into this multiple times, and if you've read The Thinking Beekeeper, I didn't do anything in that book about swarming because it was all about first year, and first year bees don't swarm. That used to be the rule of thumb. That's not necessarily true, and so the minute that book hit the street, people went, hey, you didn't talk about swarming, and so I had to write another book. The second book goes into swarming and splitting in great depth, and like I said, it's one of the most amazing things that bees do. So, technical definition of a swarm is that it is the reproductive mechanism of a honeybee colony, and what does that really mean? Well, let's compare it to some stuff. If you have a dog, and the dog is going to reproduce, the dog is going to birth puppies. One dog, multiple puppies, probably. Same thing with cats. Cats have kittens. Beehives don't do it that way. Inside the hive, we have the queen laying eggs and making more bees. That's probably as close as you get to the dogs and cats situation. But if you're going to get another colony of bees, it's going to be by swarming, which is completely different than the queen lays an egg, it hatches into a bee. Completely different. Think about a hive as a big old organism, superorganism. All of those moving parts are important. You've got workers, you've got drones, you've got your queen. If you're going to turn this one colony into two colonies, which is really what you're trying to do here, right? You got a dog, you got more dogs. You got bees, you want more bees. You're going to have to reproduce all of those bits and pieces. Hold that thought. Yes. Oh, I thought you had a question. Okay, so this is what it can look like. Now, for a brand new beekeeper, which I was at that time, I had just started Gold Star Honeybees, and I had just gotten a call from, shout out to Al Maloney from New Aim Farm in Maine. He's the reason I keep bees via the alpaca business. It's a long-worded story, but he had this amazing swarm come out of his hives, called around his local peeps, didn't get anybody that was able to come, and I said, I will be at your house in 45 minutes, and I grabbed everything I could think of that seemed practical, and I ran out to Walterboro, Maine. That's about 5 pounds of bees, probably at least. Huge. If I saw a swarm like that today, I'd fall over. But that was really, really big, and that was the very first one I ever got. And what I'm doing in that picture is standing at the top of a 16-foot ladder with a pair of loppers, because through that swarm, running at all kinds of crazy angles, are tons and tons of little skinny pine branches that I'm afraid that if I don't get those clipped out of the way, I'm going to scatter that whole ball of bees. But that's what it looks like. They have left the hive. They probably have the original mated queen that got that colony so big and bad that it was ready to swarm, and they are just all hanging out there together while scout bees go searching for their next home. It's a very temporary thing. It doesn't stay there long unless they start to build comb in the tree, which happens, but it's a little unusual. But they are basically just sort of in recon there, waiting to be told where they're going next. Amazing thing to see. And like I said, the reproductive mechanism of bees. There's another one. That's a pretty good size one too. That one came from Auburn, Maine. The woman called me and said, these bees are moving into the hole in my fascia board. And it turns out they weren't actually, but they were gathering right close to that. And I went and picked them up by taking the flaps of my swarm box and jiggling it up the wall until I got behind it. And then I pushed the flap forward and knocked those bees into a box. That very same box that you see in that picture, in fact. Now that is a little itty-bitty swarm. That's not the kind of thing that makes you go, oh my gosh. But it did happen behind me while I was demonstrating a top bar hive inspection in my own bee yard when somebody said, there's a swarm behind you. And so we interrupted what we were doing to collect that little bitty swarm and go on from there. But like I said, itty bitty, that's maybe at most, that's probably about 2 pounds of bees. There's a nice one. I would call that a gift from the gods. Required no ladder. I did not have to do any kind of fancy dancing to do anything other than I had to actually lift the branch in order to get the same swarm box that you see in the background underneath the bees. Then I just jiggled the branch and they all fell into the box. So yeah, bees that you don't have to go up a ladder for, that's a plus. This is an apple tree. Apple trees are sort of gnarly and lots of goofy branches like that. That's a real pain in the butt to get off. Holding the box underneath that and then banging on the branch is how I went about it. This is, I've heard this called a baton swarm. It's a long, skinny thing. In fact, if this starts near the tip of a branch, it will bend the branch down and often bring it within reach, which is kind of a bonus. So the process of swarming means that the bees gather themselves up. Somebody in there is deciding who's flying with the swarm. And some of the bees, not all of the bees. This is not everybody leaving because they're leaving behind all that brood and food, right? So they're going to leave behind bees to take care of it, and they're going to leave behind a queen cell either about to hatch or already has hatched when the original queen takes off with about half the bees, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. This is not a precise science. But then they go and they hang out, like you saw, those amazing big balls of bees. And that's what's being duplicated here. Heather Mattia was working with Dr. Tom Seeley, who's definitely a famous beekeeper out there in the world, and swarming is a big part of what he studies. And so what we've done here, or what they've done here, is artificially reproduce a swarm. And they did that by taking a queen in a queen cage and attaching it to a flat board. So they wanted to be able to watch the movement of bees on this board as they prepared to leave this swarm configuration and fly off into a new location. So I believe this is going to work just fine playing a video in PowerPoint. We're going to try it, and we'll fast forward through parts of it because it does drag a little bit at the beginning, but here you go. All right. So lots of bees moving around on that bunch of bees, doing some waggle dancing. You can see them wiggle their little butts. They're talking about directions. They're talking about locations. They're very democratically choosing a location that's going to work for them. You got sound? Can you hear the swarm? And there's Heather going, oh, I think they're getting ready to go. She says that this was at the end of a long day, 6 o'clock in the evening. When you see a ball of bees like this, they're mostly still, except for the movements of individual bees that are on the surface, more or less. All right, so you see some bees coming up and landing again. That starts to happen more and more as you go through this. Let's take this forward a little bit. Bees. Not much change so far. Still moving around. Couple bees flying off, flying back down. Let's take it a little further. Not much audio from it? From the swarm video, you mean? Let's see if I can change that. Having trouble seeing the mouse. Where are you, mouse? Oh. I would really like to be able to get this is frustrating. Hold on. I'm having to concentrate pretty hard and I can't see the mouse for some reason. It is not on that screen and it is not on this screen. Oh. All right. I haven't encountered this before. And it reset. So there we go. I can't see the mouse, but I can move it. So I'm going to move it some more, I hope. All right, we're going to get back in here to here, 5 minutes in. Play, please. Play, please. Sorry about the tech, guys. We're going to let the rest of it play out so you see them go. Okay, here comes the big moment. Yay, they're going. This is thousands of bees launching into the air at pretty much the same time. Watch how fast this happens. Like I said, magical mystery thing. And there is the queen. So basically, these bees have left without her. And as she told the story, when I saw this video played, it was at the end of a long day, and they did swarm away. And then they came back because Mama wasn't with them, and so they returned to that same spot. So there you go. That's a somewhat artificially induced version. So it's an amazing thing when you see it out in the wild. There's a ball of bees. You probably would never have even noticed them if you were not a beekeeper. But they will hang out in that spot and then suddenly fly off when they've decided where they're going. And the noise will sound like a low-flying airplane or a distant train or a blow dryer, or it's an amazing, amazing, amazing sound. So I hope that one day you get to see that whole process, but mostly I hope that you don't think that it's a bad thing. Hold on, I'm getting eyes. What? Okay, that was a good question. How do you transfer the bees from the swarm box into the hive? Well, you open up your space. In this case, we would take out 10 bars out of the hive in the center between the follower boards, and we would take that box and we would go thump on the ground so that the bees, which are all clustering up on the underside of the flaps, fall to the bottom, open the flaps, do our best to corral those flaps because you don't want your queen getting flung off into the air, and turn it upside down and pour and sort of bang and jiggle the bees until they fall into the hive. It's a very not scientific process. I have bees in this box. I want them in that box. Thump, thump. So there you go. All righty. So swarming is a way of making more bees. In other words, like cell division, making 2 hives out of 1. That begs the question of what about the queen? Because if you have to have a queen in every hive, what are we doing about the fact that the old mama who made that hive big and bad and robust has now gone away, leaving you with a bunch of food and baby bees, eggs, larvae, capped brood, and some bees that didn't fly with the swarm? What are you doing about a queen? So there are a couple of ways that the bees make queens. Sometimes it's because they have to, sometimes it's because they want to, sometimes it's because you want them to. So let's talk about that. They make a queen bee when they're swarming. That's a cell. You're going to find it on the edge of the comb. More on this later. We talk about swarms a lot. Edge of the comb, that's a swarm. That's the bees doing it on purpose. They want to reproduce. They need a queen. They make a queen cell. If they don't particularly care for their queen, for whatever reason, she's damaged, she was not well mated, whatever reason they decide upon, they supersede her. That means you're not cutting the mustard, we're going to get rid of you. Now in this case, it's not a purposeful thing as far as the queen goes. She's probably oblivious to this whole political thing that's going on. And so they take an egg laid to be a worker egg, and they twist that cell and they make it vertical, and a vertical cell and royal jelly seems to be what makes a queen. We don't really understand that process deeply, but they do have to be in a vertical cell, and they do need a lot of royal jelly, and that bee, even though it was originally a worker bee, will turn into a queen bee. If something happens to the queen, and we'll have a brief segue here, what happens to queens? Because they're just living inside this dark box, what could possibly happen to a queen? Well, you remember that beekeeper who was coming along and doing those inspections and picking the comb up and looking at it, and maybe doesn't hold over the hive, and maybe the queen was on that bar, and maybe she fell off, and then maybe that big beekeeper foot went splat. Probably 85% of the time, it's the beekeeper that kills the queen. So if something happens to her, they can, if they have what they need, which is going to be eggs or 3-day-old just hatched larvae, they can take that, and just like in a supersedure, it'll be up on the face of the comb, but they can make a vertical cell, feed it royal jelly, and replace their queen in an emergency. So that's an oh my gosh situation there. And then there's the beekeeper who says, well, I bought these bees, and they've got an Italian queen, and I want Russian bees. And so they buy a Russian queen, they get rid of the original Italian queen, and they replace her with the Russian queen. Now that is a genetic change that can be done on purpose. There's multiple uses for it, none of which are worth talking about right this minute, but whatever you do with the hive of bees, when you change that queen, how long is it before all those bees are now her babies? 42 days, remember? Math 101. So, swarming is intentional. That queen actually lays the egg in that vertical queen cell, turns herself upside down to do it, and she's a part of the process. A supersedure cell happens really without her knowledge or planning or consent. And an emergency queen is because, oh my gosh, what happened to her? And the genetic changeover is something the beekeeper does on purpose. So I think that's just about all the reasons I can think of why anybody would be seeing any kind of queen replacement thing happen. And that vertical cell and royal jelly with a 3-day-old larva is what it takes to make it happen. So I just basically said all this stuff. But one of the most fragile times there is a fragile time in the existence of a beehive is that time between queens. When your old queen has flown and your new queen has not hatched yet, or has hatched but still needs to get out of the hive and mate and then safely return to the hive in order to start laying eggs, a very fragile time. So there's a lot of things that can happen to a queen who's trying to get mated. Birds like to eat bees. Dragonflies like to eat bees. Things happen. And so you sometimes find that this process doesn't successfully complete, at which point you have a swarm that didn't requeen itself, which is a bummer because the swarm is generally a pretty robust, healthy event. But you are really looking to see them make it through that process successfully and know about the timing that it takes for that queen to hatch, get started laying, and when you should see new brood, so that you can tell that they managed to get through this process. It's a beautiful thing, but it's not fast, and you need to watch. So, how about some pictures of swarm cells? Shout out to Jimmy Fowler, who took this photograph. That was in my bee yard in Bath. And what you're looking at there, let's start at the very, very top, up at the border of that photo. That's just an itty-bitty little queen cup, but it's on the edge. So they were thinking about putting another cell together there. But then you move down an inch and you've got that cell, looks kind of Mr. Peanutty looking. And if you look at the bottom of it, the tip of it, it looks to be sheared off pretty flat. That's because she's hatched and she is out of there. So there is somewhere in that hive, despite the fact that I'm obviously doing an inspection at the same time, there's a queen walking around. And then you walk down to that next cell, and that one's got a rounded tip. Now, either that queen has not hatched yet, or something that happens occasionally is she gets out of there, but the cap stays attached by a small flap. And so she could walk out of that cell, and that cap sort of flap back in place. So unless you looked in there, you wouldn't necessarily be sure. But this is one of the beautiful things about not having a wooden frame around your bees, because you've got that natural wax edge. They can do anything they want to with that comb, including pull it out and make it look just like you see there, create a swarm cell. So we like the natural wax edge. Here's what it looks like when they need to pull it out across the wooden frame of a Lang box. Those are two queen cells. The one on the far right, I would estimate, is a little older than the one on the left. That brown tip is my clue there. It's interesting for them to have to try to come out around it. Obviously, they can do it. All right, supersedure. This contrasts to what you just saw, where those cells were built on the edge of the comb, and like I said, the queen turned herself upside down to lay the egg in that queen cell. But here we're going to start out with a different idea. We are going to replace the queen. We are not reproducing. So we are staying in the hive, but we're going to get us a new queen. So they are going to go up onto the face of the comb and choose an egg and turn that egg into a queen. They decide to do it because the age or the quality of the queen isn't up to their standards. Her pheromone levels are failing. She's not really causing the hive to be cohesive and keep their robustness going. So you don't really ever want that. One of the annoying things you find when you write a book about bee diseases is you look for what's the solution, and the solution in every case is keep strong, healthy hives. I know that doesn't sound very helpful, but the fact is strong, healthy hives don't have problems. So that's a thing to be aware of in your future. All right, so there is a piece of comb with two supersedure cells, and there's also a little cup over to the right, but those are two capped supersedure queen cells. They took the egg that was in that cell and they floated it, they call it, floated it out so that it's now in that vertical cell, and fed it royal jelly and capped it. And those are going to hatch out as queens pretty darn soon, because how long does it take to make a queen? Right, 2 weeks. So there's some more stuff happening on the face of the comb, so we're going to say that's supersedure cells. The one on the right is complete. The one on the left is just kind of a big cup. There might not be a larva in there. If you called me about that, the first thing I would say to you is, could you see whether there was a larva in there? Because that would be what would tell you whether that was a viable cell. I got a question. Hold on.
Is there any difference in the egg that a queen lays intentionally to swarm and the one that the workers want to use to supersede the laying queen?
That is a great question. The question is there any difference in the egg that the queen lays, whether it's going into a swarm cell or was laid as a worker bee? The only difference that I can really speak to there is the intent. Obviously, when the queen turns herself upside down into a swarm cell, her intent there is, okay, we are making a queen. She's probably a little privy to the fact that this process is about to happen. Less true, probably, in the case of a supersedure cell, where she laid that egg with the intent that it was going to be a worker bee. So the real answer to your question is I don't know. Those are the things that I think probably are determining factors. Great question. Great question. Okay, so emergency queens. If something happens to the queen, there's our beekeeper again, or she gets eaten while on her mating flight, the hive can replace her if they have what they need, which is that 3-day-old larva. Now, if you find yourself in a situation where you've got a brand new package of bees and you hive them and something happens to your queen, they don't have what it takes at that point. So all bets are off right now. Buy a queen. That's where you're at if that happens. But if there's been a hive in existence and there's still 3-day-old larvae, they can pick up from there and make a queen in an emergency. Excuse me. All right, so we talked a little bit about genetic change, and the important number here is 42 days. That's how fast it happens when you change out a queen and all of the bees that were the other queen's babies die, and the new queen's babies are what come on. When is this useful? It's super useful if you're a scientist and you're playing around with the genetics of bees, but it's also useful if you, for one reason or another, end up with what we call a hot hive, where your bees are just really grouchy, constantly grouchy, to the point where they're not safe. I mean, grouchy bees, okay, that can be weather, that can be having a bad day, that can be you banged into the hive with a lawnmower, it might be that you had a bar in your hands and you jerked it and they went rawr and got grouchy. But a hive that is consistently coming out of the hive to smack you in the nose on your way by to get to the mailbox, you don't necessarily want to deal with those bees. There could be some Africanized genetics there. It's hard to say. You can't really tell without testing. But you can definitely tell that I don't want to deal with those aggressive bees. I have only in 12 years seen a hive that was grouchy enough that I probably should have requeened them. I should have probably at least smoked them when I inspected, which I did not do with that either. But if you need to change out your genetics on purpose because you have a dangerous situation, get another queen. And the interesting thing about that, when the hive is aggressive and nasty, is sometimes it happens almost immediately. The minute you get that new queen in there, they change out. They just sort of mellow out. So it's hard to say what was causing the aggression. Was it the queen? Was it something else, something they didn't like about her? But you can almost always calm down a hot hive by replacing their queen. And if you are living in an urban situation and there's neighbors in close to you, it has to be said that that's probably a smart thing to do. Less important if you're out in the middle of the back 40 acres, who's going to be bothered by that. But if you've got kids next door, somebody's going to have a different opinion about that. So you can do it on purpose, and it's a very good fix for a hot hive. Okay, so let's say we went through one of these processes from start to finish and something happened midway and it did not complete. So now you have a hive that has no queen. Bummer is the first thing to say about that, because a queenless hive is A, grouchy sometimes, and B, it just becomes a problem, and it happens pretty quickly. So the first thing that happens when the queen is gone, and this happens really fast, like I've heard as fast as 45 minutes, the pheromone in the hive dissipates really quickly. This is the biggest case I can make about not taking your queen and putting her in an observation hive and taking her to the fair, because that hive back home is now like, oh my God, we need a queen, and they start to make a queen. So that's not so great for them. But the minute that queen pheromone dissipates, they start going, uh-oh, what do we do now? And one of the first things they're going to try to do is to replace her, if they can. But if they have not got anything to do that with, the next step is all the brood hatches, and now there is no brood pheromone either. So the lack of queen pheromone creates a situation where the worker bee's ovaries suddenly go active. I mean, the worker bees have all those moving parts that the queen has, but they've never flown to mate, so they've never bothered to lay eggs. Somebody was laying eggs, there was no problem, they didn't need to lay eggs. But now there's a problem. But there's really two problems, because her ovaries may kick into producing eggs, but the next thing you're going to learn is that since they weren't fertilized, all she can make is drones. the way a worker bee gets born is this. Queen comes to the cell. She measures it with her forelegs, and she says, aha. Girl bee goes in here. She inserts her tail into the cell. She lays the egg. She fertilizes that egg. She has a little valve, spermatheca, and that turns on a little bit of sperm, and that fertilizes that egg, and that turns into a worker bee. Now, let's say she comes walking along. She comes to this cell. She measures it with her forelegs, and she says, oh, this is going to be a drone bee. So she puts her tail into the cell. She lays the egg. She does not fertilize that. She does that on purpose because she's the queen and she has the option. A worker bee doesn't have that option. She comes to a cell, puts her tail in it, lays an egg, can't fertilize it, so it can never be anything but a drone. And also, oddly, she can't reach the bottom of the cell with her tail. That's one reason that the queen's abdomen is longer. So your worker bee drops an egg in the cell, can't tell there's one there, drops another egg in the cell, still can't tell, drops another egg in the cell, so you end up with multiple eggs in the cells. So she cannot make a worker bee. She can only do drones because she has never made it. And she can't tell there's an egg in the cell, so she will drop multiple eggs. So let's look at that. Now, if you've ever seen this in real life, this is one of the most depressing slides in the entire PowerPoint presentation. The top one is pictures of cells with multiple eggs. Tons and tons of eggs. Some of those have got 8 and 10 eggs in the bottom of them. The bottom picture is a little more subtle, but if you've ever seen it in real life, you will recognize it when you do see it, and that is drone dome-shaped cappings on worker-sized cells. So it's a wrongness that requires a little bit of understanding of what's actually going on there. But you've got those little bitty girl cells with the big high domes, and they look sort of ridiculous, and the edges of the cells are sort of pulled up at an angle. That's just a whole lot of wrong stuff. So multiple eggs in the cells because she can't reach the bottom, doesn't know that they're there, and all of those offsprings will be drones even if they are laid in a worker-sized cell. So how do you fix it? Open brood from another hive. This is one of the 2 best reasons I can give you for have more than one hive, because with that you have got brood in another hive, if you're fortunate, that you can use to fix this problem. Where do we go here? Okay, I'm going to flip that backwards to that other slide if I can, because we're going to stay on this subject for a second, and then it's almost perfectly lunchtime. So, old school thinking about how to fix this problem included picking up all the frames, taking them some distance away from the beehive, and shaking off all the bees. And the idea was that you were going to shake off the laying workers, and they were not going to be able to find their way back to the hive. I'm not sure why that was believed, except that maybe they would have been young bees that had never been foragers, and so they wouldn't know where they are. But that hasn't really proven to be the working thing. Remember how I said that there's queen pheromone that goes away, and then there's brood pheromone that goes away after all the brood is hatched out? You have to start at the bottom and go backwards to fix this problem. You have to start with brood pheromone. So if you've got open brood and you put it into a queenless hive, they go, oh, brood pheromone. And then the problem is you got to do that again in 5 to 7 days. And you might have to do it again in another 5 to 7 days. So that's asking another hive to provide 3 frames of brood. That's a bit of an ask. I get it, but it is an effective fix. And by the time they get to where you've given them the second or maybe that third comb of open brood, ta-da! They wake up to the fact that, oh my gosh, hey, we don't have a queen, guys. We better do something about that. And then they go and they take some of that open brood and they make themselves a queen. That's how this situation can effectively be fixed. Otherwise, you find yourself with what I call it a colony of lost boys. You have a whole bunch of drones eventually, and they are just milling about and milling about and milling about. And of course, since they don't gather nectar and they don't build wax and they don't do any of those things that cause the hive to expand and grow, it's just a downward spiral. So not my favorite thing. Definitely happens. This is what it looks like. And like I said, knowing what things look like can be really helpful. So now let's take questions, and when we're done with questions, we will go to lunch. What you got, Jeff?
Let's see. Do they take care of the first two frames of brood? Do they not have loyalty to the pheromone of their previous queen?
So the question is, do they take care of those first two frames of brood that you give them, or do they have a loyalty to the previous brood pheromone, right?
Yes.
By the time they get to that point, that pheromone has dissipated and is essentially non-existent at that point. So loyalty probably never enters into it. The worker bees, I think, are sort of compelled by genetics to say, "Oh, baby bees, gotta take care of those." So yeah, they get raised and they turn into bees. That's a good question. Thoughtful. What else you got?
Can you reuse wax in top bar for new packages from previous colonies, assuming they died from starvation and not disease?
Can you reuse the wax in your top bar hive if you assume safely that the bees did not die from disease? Please, 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 please. Yes. It's funny how Langstroth beekeepers are like, "Oh, we're not getting rid of this stuff," and they reuse and they reuse and they reuse that comb. And top bar beekeepers are like, "Oh, well, I started with an empty hive. Should I get rid of all this comb and start over?" This stuff is worth its weight in gold. So here's the real problem. It doesn't weigh very much. I wish, because it's really precious stuff. And unless there is a disease problem, it is the perfect thing to give your bees a bit of a ramp up. Liken it to this. If a swarm of bees came along, discovered a tree that had at one point been lived in by bees and comb had been drawn in there, A, the smell of that wax will draw them, and a piece of comb is often used as a swarm lure, and B, the minute they get in there, they've already got a mated queen. They have nothing to wait on. They are dying to get her laying again. Boom. She's in. She lays an egg immediately. There's all kinds of room to do it. If you remember back to the picture I showed you of the catenary curve on that open air hive that I talked about in Maine on Thanksgiving weekend, those guys got stuck there because that summer it rained so crazy that they swarmed, wound up in that tree, and they wanted a place for that queen to lay so badly that they began to make comb in that tree. And so they never flew off into another location. They drew comb there. The queen laid eggs. What do we die for when we're a bee? We baby bees and food. So they stayed right there to the point where that was Thanksgiving weekend, and they were hanging out in a tree in Maine. Can we say snow? So there you go. All right.
Couple more.
All right.
How would you know they died from starvation and not disease?
How would you know that the bees died from starvation and not disease? Typically, and I would say that this is mostly a they-say thing, because when you enter viruses into the question, some of these bets go out the window. But if your bees are looking for food, they're head first in the cell. So what you see is their butts sticking up. And that's a pretty good sign that they were in there looking for food and didn't find any, obviously, because they didn't make it. What was the rest of that question?
How did you know they died from starvation?
Yeah. So butts up, probably starvation.
Next question. If you catch a swarm and install in a hive, how do you know if the queen needs to do a mating flight if you cannot see her?
Okay, if you catch a swarm and you install it in a hive, how do you know whether your queen needs to do a mating flight if you can't see her? And she's hard to find in a swarm. That's a very good question for that very reason. Typically, it is the already mated queen who has already laid tons and tons and tons of babies, and that's the reason they got so big and they were able to swarm. That's usually the queen that went with the swarm. So she probably is mated. It's probably a better question to ask, is she in there? Did you get her? Because if you don't have her, then if you're standing there with your swarm box and you haven't closed it up, what you'll see is your bees are flying out of the box and going back to wherever she is. So the reverse of that is another good technique to know. If she's in the box, you'll see bees coming out of the air and going into your swarm box based on where she is. But Seeing her in a swarm is a tricky thing to do. Sometimes, some people tell me they see them all the time. I think I've seen a swarm queen maybe once. But the thing that will eventually be the proof in the pudding is there will soon be wax and there will soon be eggs, or there will soon be a problem. So if you don't see them drawing wax and eggs in 5 to 7 days, wonder why and suspect it's a queen problem. But usually it is the mated queen that goes. The times when that's not the case is if it is a secondary swarm, like your primary swarm goes and the original queen goes with that. A second swarm can come off of a hive, and that queen will be a virgin. And so in that case, your question is a good one. And time, add more time is the answer. That's a great question. Does open brood mean not capped? And yes, yes, yes. So capped might also say closed. So open, no capping, closed with a capping. Sometimes you forget you get so used to saying what you say that you don't remember that not everybody's following that. What else you got?
Okay. And what if there's old capped brood in combs? Do you want to reuse that?
What if there's old capped brood in combs? Do you want to reuse that? That is a great question. Sometimes when you pick up a piece of comb, you look at it and you go, I'm not too sure about that. If you look at it and it grosses you out and it has tons and tons of capped brood that might have been freeze killed because there weren't enough bees to keep the comb warm enough for them to hatch, you might decide not to use that comb, or you might cut off that piece of it and use the rest of it. It's really a judgment call. It's hard to get enough scientific data on what is exactly in that stuff without putting it into the hands of a lab and costing many dollars to get that information. And at some point there's a line past which we just don't go. So you need to recognize the signs of disease and don't use comb that's obviously diseased. But the only time I think you're really going to be able to see disease in the comb is if you'd had a case of American foul brood, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole if you've got bigger problems if you had that. So we'll talk about American foul brood too as we get into terrible things that can happen to your wonderful bees.
Okay.
What else you got?
Do you use starter comb or recommend its use for new hives?
Do you use starter comb or recommend its use for new beekeepers? I wonder if I started that. Way back, 2007 or 8, I had gone from running Gold Star Honeybees as a service to manufacturing the hive kits to selling bees. And that meant that I worried a lot about all my customers' bees and whether the install went well and whether that was all a successful thing. And a brand new empty beehive has especially one with no foundation, right? That might even be wax or might be plastic sprayed with wax. A brand new top bar hive with a brand new beekeeper has nothing. It has nothing to recommend it to bees. And so I got, out of the first year or two that I sold bees, I got reports that people's bees were absconding. Now, absconding is a fancy word for just saying they went on walkabout and they never came home. So that's not what you want. I paid for those bees and now they're gone. So I'm not keeping bees this year at the rate I'm going. So I really wanted that to never ever happen to anybody. And so some researching and some talking and some discussion about swarm lures made me decide that I was going to include a little chunk of starter comb, just like a little 2 by 2 inch piece of brown brood comb. And the browner the better, because the bees like the brown part because it smells like baby bees and beeswax and all that stuff. So I started cutting up little chunks. I included a little piece of florist wire that, the comb was very light, so the wire didn't cut through it, and you could hang it down from the top bar like so. And putting that and a couple of drops, like literally no more than 5 drops of lemongrass essential oil inside a brand new empty top bar hive cut the absconding to nothing. So the short answer to that question is yes. Yeah, because that smell, lemongrass emulates queen pheromone Perhaps. Who knows what the bees really think. But the lemongrass essential oil is a very attractive smell for the bees, and the smell of beeswax, especially broodcomb beeswax, really helps to act as an anchor, and it will help avoid absconding. That's the big reason to use it. If you are not brand new and you have a bunch of this from last year and you want to start a second hive, take a comb from one hive, put it into your new hive, and ta-da! Now your queen is like instantly laying. She's already got drawn comb. You're ahead of the game. So unless there's a disease problem and you're convinced that there's an issue with the comb, that stuff is absolutely worth keeping and starting new hives with it.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see. Last year we had a first year beehive. They did great. They built us a whole hive in the fall of October. What do you think?
I had bees. They were successful. They built out the whole hive. In October, they left. Okay. Two-edged question. A, it's hard to tell. B, it was probably Varroa mites. Everybody who's ever asked that question has probably gone, oh, they're going to tell me it's mites. But here's the thing with the mite problem. Your bee population starts out slow and gets bigger. Where there are bees, there are mites. So the mite population starts out slow and it gets bigger. But your bee population comes to fall, and your bee population now does this, but your mite population stays here. This is what they call mite pressure. So you've got so many freaking mites for so few bees that they are just, wow, really overwhelmed with that problem. And they say, screw it, we can't handle it, we're out of here. Because there's no reason for them to be swarming in the fall. And the only reason they would abscond, which is what you're talking about when they just leave, the only reason they would abscond is because some condition in the hive that they cannot or will not deal with. Now, it might be noise or vibration or light in some cases, but in that case, the most likely thing is Varroa mite pressure. I hate that question. That's a terrible question. Okay, one more, and then we're going to lunch.
One more, okay, and then we'll get some edit when we come
Yeah,
back.
we'll pick it right back up.
If the hive died over winter and you are reusing the comb for a new package, what bar do you put the queen on?
Good question. If you are reusing comb because your hive died and you're starting a new package, what bar do you put the queen on? Okay, so let's go with the side center entrance Gold Star hive, and I'm not going to get up to do it, but follower board, and I would hang the queen on this bar. If I were starting brand new with a package and no comb, I would put the queen on an empty bar right there, and then I would put comb, 3, 4, 5 of them, and then empty, and then my other follower board. And if I have more comb than that, I'd probably keep it on the outside of my follower board and then feed it in. As you see, it's kind of a judgment call what to do when you want them to build wax, but you also have comb for them. But if they can start with drawn comb, wow, mom's got a place to lay, and that's a bang-up start. All righty. Okay, guys, 30 minutes. I got 1:12 p.m., so we'll be back somewhere close to the quarter till, and we'll answer more questions then. Yes, we will. And meanwhile, get up, move around, make your blood flow, and eat lunch. Talk to you soon. And dun-dun-dun, where's my mouse? I'm really having mouse issues. Oops. Where is my mouse? Where is my mouse? Break screen. There's them looking at that. Now let me come in here. Testing 1, 2, 3. We are back. Okay, let's get me some visuals because I can't see anything. More PowerPoint to come. But I think we have some questions. Oh, we have a look at you guys. I love you all so much. Okay, we're going to probably miss some of this because it's a long string in the chat, but here are some of them. Okay, and I don't have any names attached to this. Sorry about that. Jeff's been scribbling as quickly as he could. Oh, let's see. Let's go to this for a transition. Mo better. Okay. Question. If a colony swarms multiple times, are the subsequent queens mated? I think we talked about this a little bit because obviously you've got one primary queen, goes with the primary swarm. Everybody after that has not had time to mate, so a second swarm and a third swarm are going to be virgin queens. And so, yeah, they're going to get into wherever they're going and they're going to need to fly to mate, and that is obviously a fragile time, but that's what happens when they cast more than one swarm. Good question. Here's one. This is a tough one. How do you distinguish between absconding and CCD? I wish there was an easier, more firm, more reassuring answer to this. It is tricky to tell. It looks very much like absconding. The biggest difference is probably you wouldn't know it unless you saw time transpire after the bees left, and that is if there was honey in that box, did other bees come to rob it? If you've ever seen robbing, it is a frantic, frenetic experience and very difficult to get it to stop. And so if you were to come across a hive, an empty, abandoned hive, no bees in it, but there was honey in it, and there was still honey in it, and there weren't bees running in the front door trying to steal it, that would be probably the biggest distinguishing factor. The other thing is when they, well, that's the thing that makes it look most like absconding, is when they go and they all go, that's one way that you tell that it is not swarming. But other than seeing the after effects of what goes on after the bees have left, you don't have a good way really to differentiate between your bees just absconded or colony collapse disorder is what happened. Here's one. Can you use too much lemongrass essential oil? Yes, you can. That's why I say a couple of drops. If you use it in certain dosages, just like the dose of any medicine makes the poison or the beneficial qualities come out, it can be used as a Varroa preventive. I have never done it that way, but I know people who have. So that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if it's too strong, it will sort of overwhelm the colony and affect your queen. Okay, when would you take the brood comb to use in another hive? Jeff, do you have any more context on that question?
I think basically it was, we were talking about helping.
Coming across the year and starting a new one? Okay. Oh. So a laying worker situation? All right. Whoever's question that was, ask it again if you can, because I'm not quite sure where to start with that. Okay, here's a good one. If the mite load caused your bees to abscond in the fall due to the so-called mite pressure, would you reuse the comb? Boy, if we had that answer nailed down, I would be so happy. It's kind of like, do you get antibodies to coronavirus? We wish we knew these things. Part of the thing that comes along with a high mite load is, oddly enough, viruses. So bees have been dealing with viruses for a long time, and there's some issues with viruses because you can't see them. You don't actually look in there and see the virus. With American foul brood, you look in there and you see the effects of it, the symptoms of it, and obviously dead brood. But with viruses, there's nothing but symptoms, and typically the symptoms are not that obvious. So one of them is deformed wing virus, and that one's pretty obvious. Your bees hatch out with shriveled stumps for wings, or no wing at all that is going to ever be able to fly. That's a pretty good sign that you have a serious mite load, and that virus is being vectored by the Varroa mites. So if you saw an intense amount of deformed wing virus, you might rethink that. But the question really that needs answered there to nail that down is, does the virus continue to live in the comb? And if it doesn't, then you're more or less home free. And if it does, well, then it's a valid question and a serious problem. Viruses are definitely one of the subjects that are being researched by people who are on their way to their PhDs at this point. And if you're the kind of person who likes to dig around in that stuff, that's where I would go. I last heard, I think Cornell was working on a project where they were studying viruses and their connection to overwinter deaths and that kind of stuff. So good question. The answer is kind of like, I don't know. It really is a judgment call. There's a benefit to your bees having drawn wax. There can be some drawbacks. How about hedge your bets and use one or two and get rid of the rest of it? Melt it down and make it into beautiful beeswax candles. How's that? Tough call, that one. Okay. Jeff, how are we doing on questions? Can we move to PowerPoint?
Pretty much can. A couple people want to make sure you're going to go through inspecting a beehive.
Oh, absolutely. That's the fun part. That's the part I want to do too. We've Can shade cloth work over a top bar hive in an area where there is no shade? Yes. If you live in Arizona, that's probably a really good idea. Anywhere that you've got baking sun, while on the one hand that will get your bees up early and get them started, and they are active when it's warm and they are more sluggish if they're like in the shade, you don't want to err on the other side of that, because beeswax gets really soft at about 104 degrees and wants to collapse off the comb. So shade cloth, great idea. How long do I have to feed my bees this time of year? This is where beekeepers become botanists and meteorologists and that sort of thing. And it's also absolutely worth your while hanging with your local bee club, Langstroth, though they may be, because they will know things like, are you in a dearth? Are the plants that are blooming, you see flowers, but are they producing nectar? And if they are blooming but not producing nectar, then you have basically got no food out there for them, and so feeding makes sense. It has been known to happen that bees die in the middle of summer of starvation simply because it's either too hot or the season is wrong for the plants. There's not enough stuff in bloom that's producing nectar, and there's no food for them. So learn about other things that are connected to beekeeping. Good question.
Okay, and then just a quick touch on bears.
A quick touch on bears. Ask them where they're from. Okay, so the answer to your bear problem is an electric fence that will jolt them pretty substantially, because once they discover that there's good stuff in that box, it is hard to keep them away. But other than going after them with a shotgun, if you want to just prevent a bear problem, put up your fence first, put your beehive in it second, and if you need to train that bear, a piece of bacon wrapped around that top wire pops them in the nose and usually teaches the lesson. I'm still dying to know where you're from, because I lived in Maine all those years. I never once did I see a bear. Then I moved to North Carolina, and before I even moved here, the first 24 hours I was in the state thinking about moving to North Carolina, I saw 3 bears. So go figure. All right, I'm jumping back into PowerPoint. We good? We good for questions for the time being? Okay, so let me open the appropriate PowerPoint, I hope. Bear with me here. Number 3. Oh, we're going to get a little ahead of ourselves. This is going to be good, because we can spend more time on details soon. But we are going to go to the terrible things that can happen to your wonderful bees. And I'm going to click the big button, and I'm going to get this to pick that up. I think I am. Bear with, hold on. Takes a second for the software to figure out what we're doing here. We're not out to lunch anymore. Here we go. Terrible things. Click OK. I can see my levels bouncing. Are you hearing any complaints about sound over there? Are we good? Okay. Click. Ta-da! I'm learning stuff too. This, just as an aside, it's been a total blast trying to figure out how to do this. I'm using a software called OBS. It is open source, free, and we have just begun to skim what this stuff can do. So look for more in the future. But in the meantime, if you're interested in doing something like this, OBS, Google it. Alrighty. Terrible things that can happen to your wonderful bees. Okay. This is depressing. It's depressing on purpose. I want you to know that when things are wrong, you should get alarmed and you should do something. But I also want you to know on the backside of that you probably are not going to see tons and tons of bee diseases and pests, because a thriving hive of bees will take care of most of that stuff on its own. But do be alert to the signs of wrongness so that you can take action, because it's the kind of thing where if it's a real problem, you don't want to let it go. All right? That being said, here we go. Click. Click. Vroom, spinning hexagons. Okay, here's the biggest, baddest, nastiest one. This is also the reason that the United States federally mandated the use of the Langstroth hive and its movable frames in the early 1900s, because there was a gigantuan American foul brood epidemic. Here we sit talking about pandemics and epidemics. So this stuff is super, super, super contagious, and it will spread from frame to frame and hive to hive, and there is not a good solution for it. So they call it foul brood because it is the brood that goes foul. The stage at which it goes foul is after it's capped. So what you see is capped brood that does not look right. Take a look at this picture. The cappings are sunken in instead of that tiny little raised up fibrous mat. There's holes in some of them. That is just not pretty. And the whole idea of healthy brood is that it will sort of look healthy. It will look vibrant. And this stuff does not. So super pernicious, very serious. If you get it, this is the perfect time to reach out to your state beekeeping inspector and say, oh my gosh, I'm worried about a foul brood problem. They want to know too, and they want to help prevent its spread. So while they might be disappointed in you, they are not going to, ban you from beekeeping forever, but they want to be able to help other people who are around you and need to know that there's a threat like that so that they can look out for it. So sunken, perforated cappings, that ugly not rightness look, and then there's this. Now this is sort of an advanced thing to look for, and the way to see this is if I were holding this comb, let me get lined up with my camera, here's the top and I'm looking down towards the bottom, so the gravity is like so, and I'm looking at that slide. The white stuff that you're seeing resting on what would be the bottom of the cell, because we're looking down this piece of comb, is called scale. And that's what happens to American foul brood spores when there's been an American foul brood problem in the hive. So you can kind of see them if you get the light right, because they reflect back. They're sort of white. They look like little crescent moons. Definitely worth getting your bee inspector involved to look at that and see whether there's a problem. This is also the real reason behind the thing that you hear so often repeated, never buy used equipment, because used equipment could have this. You, all unknowing, don't know it's there, don't know to look for it, or look for it and don't see it because it's not that easy to see. But that's the spores of American foul brood, and now you put a brand new package of bees in there and boom, you lose them to foul brood right away. You never had any chance to get it from anywhere else. It was already in the equipment, and you lose your bees that way. So be cautious about used equipment. This would be the one disease that would absolutely make me say, do not even begin to reuse that comb for your bees, because that stuff, they don't know how long those guys stay viable. 70 and 80 years has been discussed, because there's a lot of heartwarming stories about how Granddad used to keep bees, and when he died, we went out to the barn and there was his stuff, and so we grabbed it up and we put bees in it, and wham, American foul brood. Granddad probably didn't know it either, but the fact is you run that risk when you are getting into used equipment. So be cautious. If it's comb that, if they were your bees and it's your comb and there was not a foul brood problem, then this is less of an issue. But be wary of that, because that is a terrifying, contagious, nasty, bad thing. And here is another way to be really sure that's what you got. Called the toothpick test. So you go and you get a toothpick and you look at that wrong brood that's all sunken and perforated and yucky. And when you poke that toothpick in there, what should be there is a pupa, a fat white pupa that has ceased to be a little C-shaped grub and is turned long ways in the cell, and now it is on its way to being a bee. And it should pop. I mean, you'd be puncturing a living thing. When what you get is brown ropey sludge, you reach in there and poke around and stir and pull it out, and it's that brown ropey junk. That is American foul brood. And that is the one thing I hope you never, ever see. Because there is your solution. The spores are so pernicious, and they get so everywhere. And like I said with the example about Granddad's beehive, there's just no good way to be sure that you are getting rid of it. There are antibiotics that are used. They are used prophylactically. That is not my favorite way to do anything. Don't put chemicals and drugs where there is no problem to try to prevent it. Unless you're talking a vaccination, I guess we could have that conversation. But that's the idea of using antibiotics in the hive when you don't have a problem that requires them means that your honey has got antibiotics in it. And if you think about the antibiotic resistance situation that seems to be increasing on the planet, that is not something I would want to contribute to. So let's avoid that if we can. And now let's change continents, because Europe has a foul brood thing too, but it's a little different. It is nowhere near as pernicious. It is nowhere near as common, at least in my experience and everything I've ever heard. But it is a brood disease, but it happens before the brood is capped. So what you're seeing there is a selection of capped brood, which I have to say that the cappings don't look perfect to me, but the thing that's really concerning is when I look into the cell and I see what should be white, glistening, pulsing little grubs just going, I'm alive and happy. I see brown, tan, sludgy, collapsing yuck. So most of the brood dies before the cell ever gets capped with European foul brood. And like I said, it's not half as pernicious and it is not half as common, and you don't have to get as worried. But if you saw that and you could remove that comb, that'd be a good idea. There's a close-up. There's one larva in that photograph that looks halfway decent, and it doesn't look all that robust. And then it's next to a very dark brown one there to the left of it, one below it with a brown stain starting, and then three others that are just in a horrible state of decay, the yellow streakiness and just bleh. So that is European. Here's what it ought to look like. This is the fun stuff to see, right? See all those gorgeous white things? They are just all kinds of glistening and fat and happy and on their way to being bees. There's eggs in some of those cells as well, and that's just what you want to see. Okay, so now we have some annoying things. Hold on, I got eyes.
Alicia is asking if European foul brood happens before it's capped.
Yes. American foul brood. Okay, the question is, does European happen before it is capped? Yes. American foul brood, it gets capped and it goes rotten inside the cell after. European foul brood, it never gets to being capped. It goes rotten before they get to that stage. Clear? Okay, so wax moths. We hate these guys. They're nasty. They take all that beautiful golden comb and they munch through it and leave all those nasty webs like you see on that picture, and the comb loses all of its structure. It's there, but if you took it and waved it in the air, it would just flop. It's gross. They also dig in and make cocoons, like you see here. On the left-hand picture, you can still see the cocoons on the interior of the box, and they literally dig those in such a way that they make a dent in the wood. It's amazing what they do in order to attach it to the wood. So these guys are definitely opportunists, and so if you've got a hive that's not thriving, these guys can easily get a foothold on it, and they kind of have their way. So the bigger boomer hives, the bigger and boomier your hives are, the less likely you ever are to see wax moth. Now, just for going into too much detail, there is a lesser wax moth and a greater wax moth. The differences might be of interest, but the effect is pretty much the same. So big boomer hives, if you got two weak hives, combine them. Now you got a boomer hive, and they can fend off this kind of stuff and stay alive and not be affected by it. Okay. Usually it's not a problem with the top bar hive because you probably leave your comb if your bees don't make it through the winter or something happens. Your bees don't your comb generally doesn't end up coming in the house or being closed up in plastic or otherwise sort of condensed and left to fester. If you leave it outside over the wintertime in the hive, then you are less likely to see them survive into the following year. Winter is good for some things, especially in Maine. All right, here's a problem that most Mainers don't see. Small hive beetle is it's not necessarily a warm weather thing, but for some reason, when I lived in Maine, everybody coming up the East Coast was screaming, small hive beetles, we hate them. But they had gotten to Massachusetts, and they were not very prevalent anywhere I ever saw bees in the state of Maine. But these guys are pernicious little buggers. So what you got here is two stages. The adult hive beetle up top with those little flat, funny antennas. And by the way, Wikipedia has tons of great pictures of all of these. Very hard shell, and their little legs have got tons of little catchy protrusions so that they catch on lots of stuff. And they scramble around really quick, and they like to hang out in the crevices in your beehive. When they are in the larval stage, that's those horrible maggoty-looking things that you see in the bottom photograph, and they get into the honey, they eat it, and they defecate in it, and that slimes all down the honey. So really disgusting. And a bad infestation is you open up the hive and you look, and there are just thousands of those little guys running around. And very opportunistic. They look for a weak hive, and wham, they can move right in. So here is a picture of the slimy honeycomb that they caught. It ferments, it smells bad, it looks bad, and it tends to sort of break out of the cells because the fermentation causes it to swell and dribbles down the sides of the comb. Yucky poo. Okay. The larvae are both those wormy, maggoty-looking things. Here's a chart that talks about how you tell the difference. I don't want either of these in my hive, so I am less concerned about how to tell the difference. And you probably are going to see signs of the adult beetle or signs of the adult moth, and so you may not ever need to be able to look at the larva and tell. But the big difference is a small hive beetle larva has got 3 pairs of legs, and they're up near its head. A wax moth has legs that go all the way down the whole length of its body. So another thing about a wax moth is it's squishy. They're a little harder, and they would less like squish and more like pop if they were a small hive beetle larva. And a mature wax moth larva is a lot bigger than a small hive beetle larva. So in case you're interested in those sorts of details, but mostly just keep strong, healthy hives. Never have to see it. Nosema. This is a big fancy word for bees getting diarrhea. So all those brown streaks that you're seeing on the front of that white beehive are the bees having a dysentery problem. They have gone out to fly, and they have come back, and on their way back in, they are still sort of pooping, and it's all the wrong color. Bee poop should really be sort of a orangey, browny, somewhere between pumpkin and a brown gourd, that kind of color. So if it's dark, dark brown, that's not a good sign. What do you do about it? You think about a couple things. First off, is your hive in a damp area? Like when you walk up to look at the hive, is the ground going squishy, squishy, squishy under your feet? that's probably not the best place for your hive. So you might move it to a drier area. You also might want to consider what time of year it is, because early in the spring, if you think about the fact that bees don't fly in the winter, then you have to kind of come around to wondering, what do they do about going to the bathroom? And the fact is they just don't. So this is what leads to all those stories about those cleansing flights that they take on that one warm day that you get in January or February or whenever your climate has a sudden warm pop, and they go out to fly, and you see bee poop all over the snow because they're like, whew, man, I've been needing to do that for a while. So it's just a problem with the amount of time they've been closed up in that case, and it will often clear when they've had the chance to get flying in nice weather again. But if it has gone beyond that, then there are 2 strains of it, and it is pretty pernicious, and they are working on medications for it. My first suspicion would be try to get them out of a damp area and be aware if they've been cooped up forever. So here's the uptight version of this. It's caused by a little tiny fungi, and it gets into the gut of the bee, and that's what gives them the runs. So Nosema apis and Nosema serena are the 2 different strains. And one of the things that makes it difficult for anybody that's trying to treat this problem is that the bees have got a bellyache. They're not hungry, so it's hard to get them to ingest anything. But typically, this will clear up in the spring when the weather is good and they can fly outside and take care of it. The brown streaky junk that you see here, that is not small hive beetle. That is Nosema, brown bee poop dripping down the honeycomb. Okay, moving on. Like I said at the beginning, learn everything you can about bee diseases, mostly so that you are alert to them, but really you're probably not going to see these unless you have a wimpy little hive, and the opportunist tendency of most of these problems can override a weak hive. So if you're in a situation where you have a weak hive and you can combine them with a strong hive, you will always succeed faster and better through a winter with one strong hive than you ever will with nursing 2 separate dinky little weak hives. So put your focus on healthy honeybees. You'll have more of them. Ha! This is the kind of thing that makes you want to have fun with PowerPoint and have that slide go up in flames. This is our #1 pernicious we hate him problem. It's actually we hate her because that's probably a mama mite. That's the infamous Varroa mite magnified many, 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 many times with the little legs up in the air. That tells me probably boy, because he uses their legs, not antennas, to move sperm towards the female, towards his sister, actually, incestuous little buggers. So here's what they look like inside your beehive. Now you almost never, unless you have a tremendous infestation, almost never see Varroa mites on your bees. Okay? So from that, be aware, if you ever say to me, I looked at my bees and I didn't see any Varroa mites, I'm going to hang up on you, because you're not going to see the mites on your bees most of the time. You know how bees have got those little segmented bellies? The mites can get up inside there, and they like to bite the bee through that connective tissue. It's called integument, and it's soft and easy to get through, so that's where the mites aim for. So you don't generally see them running around on the backs of your bees unless you've really got a problem. So top left picture, that's a couple of Varroa mites. Probably one's a male and one's a female. I can't tell them apart to look at them. One of them might be older than the other. The older they get, the darker reddish brown they are on the way. They start out sort of clear, then white, and then tan, and then light brown, and then dark brown. The top right picture is some open brood, uncapped larva. Can't really tell the gender, but I'm going to guess by the visible cappings that that's probably worker brood, which is another interesting thing, the worker versus drone question. But that is a bunch of Varroa. You would never want to see anything that remotely resembled like that in your hive. Moving to the bottom left, that's a pupa that was pulled out of the cell, and that tells you that there was a family of Varroa in there that were reproducing. And that pupa in that stage has been bitten multiple times probably. I can't really see in the picture. There is a white circle that might be an actual bite. But the fact is, that thing's not even a bee yet, and it's been severely affected by the Varroa mites. So they are a really nasty problem, and the fact that they affect the bees as they're developing just does not bode well for their immune system throughout their life or their lifespan or their health as they go through it. So doing something smart about these guys is a big benefit. The fact that they also carry viruses from cell to cell to cell to cell, and if it comes to it, from hive to hive to hive, this is why Langstroth beekeepers that like to use chemicals say to treatment-free beekeepers, oh, your hives are just Varroa bombs. Don't give them the opportunity to say that. We'll talk about ways to deal with Varroa mites, but don't you be the Varroa bomb in the area. So we'll talk about how we deal with them, but mostly I want you to know that that's what they look like, because when you know what they look like, you are armed and dangerous. Here's a great shot of deformed wing virus. Poor girl, she's never going to fly. Just those shrivelly little stumps of wings. Other than that, she doesn't look all that unhealthy, does she? But she has no wings, and that's a problem when you are a bee. So if you see this, get worried. You've got enough of a Varroa problem that you're spreading viruses around. That's the one thing that Varroa are good at. Okay. Here we go with a video. We're going to cross our fingers and hope that I have fewer tech issues than before. But I believe this is going to be just a one and shoot all the way through. So let's watch this. So, why no sound? Let's go to PowerPoint. Let's see what we get when we do this. Sound now? Ask. Good? No sound for the video. Okay. All right. hold on while we sort this out, because you got to be able to hear Jeff Harris tell this story. And I think where is that sound coming from, Jeff? Where do I... Okay. We're going to try this, narrating this. I've only watched it 800 times in my life, so it shouldn't be too tough. And I will combine it with my whole cell size Varroa mite thing, so we will still get some value out of this. I apologize for the tech trick here. All right. So this is a guy named Jeff Harris, and he has done a study where he's juxtaposing the life of the honeybee over the life of the Varroa mite. So right here, what he's showing you is larva in the bottom of the cell. There's our little 3-day-old C-shaped grub growing. The shiny stuff is the brood food, and it's eating and eating, and it's growing and growing. And it's just about now that the Varroa mite has to get inside that cell and gets down underneath that little baby bee. Got these little snorkels that she throws up so that she can respire while she's under there. And by this point, this is just before the baby bee is capped, that mite has to get down between the cell wall and get underneath that baby bee, and that's where she's going to begin to reproduce. So this is the capping being built up over top of the used to be larva, about to be pupa. I love to watch them moving and growing. So there's a capped cell, and at that point, no more mites can get into that cell, but any mites that are in there are about to wreak havoc. There's your 24-hour bee. Went from that little grub to that pupa. It spins a cocoon around itself inside there, and then when it hatches, it crawls out through that cocoon, and that's what builds up inside your brood comb and turns it brown. That's day 12 out of the 20-ish day worker bee. Day 13, and they call that by the color of its eyes, the pink-eyed stage. Purple-eyed pupa, day 14. And at this point, they get darker. The eyes get darker. You'll see its face get darker. Sort of tans up. Starts to look a little kind of greasy. And now you start to see it move because its legs are moving underneath it, so it's alive and squirming around in the cell. Okay, day 18 or so. And this bee's real close to being ready to hatch, and there she comes. When you get to see this happen in your hive, it's really cool too, watching a bee be born. So when she crawls out of there, all the mites that are in there crawl out, and now they're ready to go looking for another cell to move into. Okay, so here's what Varroa mites do. Remember, folks, you saw it here first. So within the day, the last 24 hours before that cell gets capped, and they head down to the cell wall to get underneath the bee. And there it is, squirming around, munching on brood food. Now, he's pulled the pupa out of here, so you're seeing what's at the bottom of the cell. So once all that brood food is gone, now the mite is loose and can start taking a meal off of the bee itself. We're at about day 10 here. And the mama mite at this stage is going to lay an egg, and there it is. That's her first egg. That's a male egg. The white stuff that you're seeing, some of that is debris from the cocoon, the larva turning into pupa, and the rest of it is basically mite poop. So all the rest of the eggs that she lays inside here, it's about every 36 hours or so she lays another egg. Now, here's something you don't see every day. They go to the bathroom in the cell a lot, and that's about what you're going to see. She does that little jiggle, and da-doom, white fluid comes out. There you go. Mites defecating in the cell. You're welcome. Right there next to the mouth of that bee to the left, that's mite poop as well. So that's another diagnostic trick there. Okay, so there's the butt end of a bee pupa, and those bright white spots that you see, that's mite feces. There's a very young mite. He's still clear, wiggling his legs there. This video is on my website as well. There he is, just a little bigger. Very young stage of mite development here. So at about day 14, this is what the mites are doing inside here. There's the day 14 pupa that you can remove, and that's what you got in the cell now. So there's mama mite walking around and 5 babies. He spent some time talking about telling males from females that, like I said, probably not the most important thing in the world to know, but they are differently shaped and at different stages of development. Bottom left, that's a boy, and that one is a girl. You only really see 6 legs there. He actually has 8. They're just not really visible. There's the female. You can see all 8 of her legs. Okay, day 16, we pull that pupa out. That's what you find in the cell at that age. So that bottom mite is a female, and the top one is a male. You see how he wings those front legs around like antennas? That's what he uses to help move sperm towards his sister. Incest is best. I have seen this video a lot. So lots of white mite feces to the right, upper right part of that cell next to the bee's mouth. Okay, so we pull that pupae out. Here's all the mites running around in the cell. 2 adult girls and 1 male. Now those 2 that are squirming at the bottom, that's a brother and sister. They're mating, but they fell when he pulled the pupa out, and so they landed more or less on their backs. They get sorted out here in a minute. You'll see that. That one that just had the arrow, she's in a stage where she's getting ready to molt, so she's not active. There they are, standing up on their legs. She kind of moves her legs apart, and he's on the other side, waving his front arms, moving sperm. So if they don't mate while they're in the cell in this process, they never do. So it matters for their reproductive system. Those are some shed skins from the mites that you see there. Here's our bee getting born. So mama mite exits the cell, and all of her progeny exits the cell at this point. And this is the debris that's left behind. That guy's dead. He's male and dead. That's a dead female. Then he'll show you something interesting here. This is a genetic thing we're working on with bees. What you're seeing there is a mite that's stuck under the cocoon. They call that entombed by the cocoon. So we pulled it out, and he'll separate them to show you. They're looking for that trait to be a hygienic sort of trait that will help the bees fight Varroa mites. So they have a stock that about 80% or so of the time the bees, that entombed thing happens, which they'd like to see that increase. So there's a puncture wound that, well, it's hard to see it. Never mind. This is just one of the ways, just like marking a queen, they're marking the mites so that they can track where they go and see what goes on with their reproductive cycle. That was really weird to do that way. That video is out on the website, and because I think that's very important. And so what we're going to do at this point is pause with that picture, and I want to talk a little bit about what goes on and why I think natural wax matters. Because remember, it is all about the wax. So it is said that Varroa preferentially, a big word for a beekeeper, that Varroa prefer to breed in drone cells. Now, you just watched an entire video showing the life cycle of the Varroa mite that happened in a worker bee cell. So obviously, it's not exclusively drone cells. But here's the deal. When we started making foundation and we started making the cells that 0.5 millimeter that we talked about, remember, just 0.5 millimeter bigger, we added time. Adding time can be a really good thing, but in this case, adding time had a whole lot of trickle-down effects that we were not really aware of. And so what happened when we made that cell 0.5 millimeter bigger is we added about 24 hours to the gestation cycle of the honeybee. And that means, well, it means you should ask a question. Where does it add that time? At the beginning, at the end, at the middle? It seems to split it more or less 50-50 between the larval stage before the cell is capped and the pupal stage after the cell is capped. So the larval stage is when the Varroa mite needs to be able to get into the cell, and the pupal stage is when mama mite is in there making her boy mite and then her daughter mites, and they're able to reproduce. So doesn't it stand to reason that anything you do that extends the life cycle or the gestation period of the honeybee simply hands the advantage to the Varroa mite? Now, why would we do that? Well, we probably did it because we fear nothing like we fear inconvenience, and foundation made life more convenient for beekeepers. But I think that it was also something we were a little cavalier about. We actually played around and changed the cell sizes and did different things. And at one point, there's a picture of this advertisement in a book. In Popular Science magazine, there was an advertisement for aluminum foundation. And the big selling point for aluminum foundation was that the size of the cell only made worker bees. So the big brag was, control the sex of your bee. Now, if that's not manipulation at a deep level, I don't know what it is. But I think that anything that increases the length of the gestation cycle just makes it easier for the Varroa mite to get in there and to reproduce and to make more babies. So once again, I will repeat, it's all about the wax. So what are you going to do about Varroa mites? Well, usually people jump immediately into, I use formic, I use oxalic, I use apistan, I use whatever. But please, please, please take 1/2 a beat before you go there and see first if you have a problem. Because why would you put chemicals in your beehive of any kind or take any kind of action, mechanical or organic or whatever, if there was no problem to be solving? So step 1 is monitor, so that you can be lazy if you don't have a problem, right? Where's the harm in that? We like lazy in that case. So this is a very old slide of a very old method of a very old Gold Star hive that still had the black painted roof. So this is in Bath, Maine. And I have lowered the bottom board. You can see that it's gapped down about 1 inch, and there is a white mite board on there that's quite sticky. And there's stuff stuck to it, some of which, yes, are honeybees, some are moths, and some of which are Varroa mites. So this is an illustration of how you go about using a sticky board. And this is me dropping the bottom board, and then, in this case, I'm collecting that bottom board, and I take it home, and I start to count the mites. Now, recommendations, if you're going to use this method, is to get 3 to 5 days worth of mites, and then get the board off, and then count them. Now, I did not do that. So do as I say, not as I did, because this board sat on there for about 20 days, and that means that there were a whole bunch of mites, and that meant that I spent a whole bunch of time counting them, and that meant that I had a very sore neck by the time I was finished. So this is me counting mites, and I am, yes, literally laying them out on my hand in little groups of 70 so that I'm taking them off of the sticky board and laying them out so that I can keep track of them and I never count a mite twice. So that's what I'm doing, 70 in a group. And here's the results by the time I was done. There were a total of 607 mites stuck to that board. The time span was 20 days. When you do that math and you take 607 and divide it by the 20 days, you get how many mites per day. 30.35 was about 0.65 mites too little for me to actually put any chemicals in the hive, and at the time I was not savvy to oxalic acid. I'm not sure that it was even being put out there as an off-label use. It certainly had not been re-registered for use as a miticide at that point. So again, I note here that 3 to 5 days is adequate. I really did spend a whole lot of time counting a whole lot of mites, and that is not the way to do that. So, but it is a way to get an idea of what is going on underneath your hive, and if you went 3 to 5 days and counted them and divided by the 3 or the 5, you would get this kind of number. I don't think that you'd find that anybody you asked would tell you that the economic threshold is 50 mites a day anymore. Monitoring techniques have changed, and let's see what the next slide says here so that we... Okay, let's take a quick break for a question. What you got?
Where does the Varroa come from? To get into your hive to begin with, from contact with other bees, flow forth.
Okay, I'm going to shorten that question and roll it all together into where did the Varroa mite come from? As I understand it, it came from an Asian sort of bee that had learned to coexist with the mite without any serious detrimental issues. So once it jumped from that bee to the European honeybee, it spread like crazy, and you will never find anybody in the bee world nowadays that would tell you that their bees do not have mites. Everybody's bees have got mites. Whether the level of mites is out of control is what determines whether it's a problem or not. Because to a certain extent, a couple of mites, yes, they can kind of live with that, but they're having all this harm to the immune system and damaging larvae before they even get out of the cell, pupa, and vectoring viruses and other diseases around like crazy. So they're not, I mean, if you had a bee that didn't have a mite and it met up with the bee that did have a mite and that mite decided to jump ship right then, yes, that would be one way of transmission. But typically the rule to kind of go by is bees have mites. All right. So, we got another question.
Well, you'll probably want to talk about this later, but can you talk about wasps? How do you know that they're a problem with bees?
Hold that question. Yeah, that's a good one too. Okay, so back to how much I think natural wax matters. That clean natural wax with the right sizes, in other words, a tiny bit smaller than the foundation is, helps bees manage Varroa, and it's likely that taking that one step may mean that you never see enough Varroa mites that you need to take any action about that. Don't rest on your laurels about that, because it is important to know what your mite load is, and if it gets to a threshold, what are you going to do about it? All right, so here's another video. And if we have a video audio problem, I can't narrate this one. Let me think about this for a second. This is Allison Van Alten. So I went to the Maritime Bee Tour, and Allison is a member of the Ontario Tech Transfer Team. Hello, Canada. And she basically goes through a bunch of monitoring techniques and several treatments. So this is the kind of thing to put in your calendar. Let's see what it does, and we might just scoot on past it if it doesn't play right, because this is not as easy to narrate as mites defecating in the cells. All right. Can anybody give me a response? Can you hear this video? Anybody saying? No sound? Mm-hmm. This is crude, but let's try it. Okay. I didn't think it was going to. All righty. So that's right. That's one thing we didn't think to test. And it worked. It didn't work very well in the swarm video. Okay, so, all right, we will do a summary at the end of the day about what was good and what was bad about the tech, and that will help us immensely. I apologize that you guys are getting guinea pigged on in this way. Okay, so what she goes through is a number of ways to look for Varroa mites. So you heard me talk about the sticky board. I'm going to get up and show you some other goodies. So let me get the gadget discussion thing happening here. Transition. Good. Good, good, good. All right. Dun, da, da, da. I will get it to them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so I moved the camera. Is it good for where I'm at now? Not really. Let me mess with it. Okay, so she talks about monitoring for mites. And Brushy Mountain at one point did a great video on how to monitor for mites. And what you're basically looking for is a sample of bees. Back in 2009 when that video was made, the sample size was a 1/4 cup. Since then, it's gone to a 1/2 cup. Some of what she shows in the video is doing an alcohol wash. So you take your 1/2 or 1/4 or 1/2, whatever you're using, your bees, and you throw them in a jar, and you add alcohol, killing the bees, yes, and shake the dickens out of them so that the Varroa mites come off, and then dump it all out, count the mites. That's one way of doing it. The other way is to use powdered sugar. Now, this is essentially what that's for. It's a product that I bought in Canada. There is a grid. Can we see that, more or less? Okay, there's wire in here. It screws these two jars together. So powdered sugar in the bottom of here, your sample of bees in here, put them together, powdered sugar down on your bees, spin. About 2 minutes of jiggle, shake, jiggle, shake, jiggle, shake. Powdered sugar somehow causes the bees to sort of lose their, causes the mites to lose their grip on the bee and fall off, and shakes them loose out from underneath their little segments in their belly, etc. So what you end up with is bees and sugar in the bottom, and then you can, leave your bees over here, shake the junk down here, let your bees go, because they're still alive. I don't know if you were in front of the camera there or not. Okay. And now you've got all the junk. So sugar and mites. So taking this, opening it up, she says, casually, holy crow. Obviously, I've only ever opened the other side. Okay. Work with me here. You take the junk, the powdered sugar and the mites, and you dump it out into a tub. Plastic tub like she showed in the video is helpful. And you've got powdered sugar and mites. And then you grab yourself a bottle of water, and now what happens there is all the sugar dissolves, leaving the mites. The mites are dark brown. It's easier to sell. It's easy to see them, and you can count them at that point. So powdered sugar shake or alcohol wash, same thing. You're taking a sample of bees, shaking the dickens out of them, letting the mites fall off, dumping out either dead bees or freeing your candy-covered bees, who then go back home and their sisters love them because they're covered with sweet stuff. Toward that end, here's an interesting thing that makes a difference between the U.S. and Canada. This is Domino's confectioner's sugar. In Canada, this is called icing sugar. In the United States, this contains cornstarch. Cornstarch gives your bees a bellyache, so this is not a great idea. It'll work, but it's not so great for your bees. So the next thing you would like to know about to prevent that is one of these little guys. This is kind of a coffee grinder, herb grinder kind of deal. And if you throw regular old granulated sugar in here and zing, turn it on, woof, you have powdered sugar in a heartbeat with no cornstarch. So it's just plain old granulated sugar. It acts like powdered sugar dust. So great way to do that. So sticky board's one way to monitor. Alcohol wash is another way, very fast, but it does kill the bees, and who wants to do that? And the powdered sugar is pretty effective as well, but you got to manage, getting the sugar in and making the water make the sugar go away, and then counting them. So there's one other trick to that, and that is, how do you get a sample of bees? Okay, so let's take this square box. Give me 2 seconds. I've made a video. I'll have to find it, but I've made this video. So let's say, are we good camera-wise? Let's say this was covered with bees, which obviously it is not, but let's say it was. And I come along with a straight-sided container. This happens to be a plastic box. You could use a measuring cup that had a flat edge. You just want something flat. And here's the thing with bees. If you grab this and you try to go like this, you will A, gouge the comb, and B, not get very many bees. But with a whole bunch of bees on this comb, if you push this gently against their backs and go like this, they do backflips and fall into the container. Some of the things you know as a beekeeper. Anyway, let's move on. So a couple of passes like this down a comb will get you part of your sample. Do it again. Sometimes you're going to have to take 2 or 3 bars out of your hive to do that, and you're going to find that a half a cup of bees loose and moving around and driving you crazy is pretty close to full here. Now you have another challenge, and that is how to get them from here into the powdered sugar jar. So thump is always a good mechanism for getting bees to do that. And if you're fast, you can set the lid on, because now you want to get this set up so that you can get, you've got your sugar in here, and you want to get your bees on the other side of this, in this guy. So sugar here, bees and lid here, thump. Am I even in the camera? Not really. Nope. Okay. Thump, so they fall. Off with the lid. Pour, pour, pour. Into the powdered sugar. And there you go. Now the big difference between doing that in the top bar hive, like you just saw me do it, getting that sample like that, and the way a Langstroth beekeeper can do it is with that frame around the outside of their comb, that bit of sample gathering can look like this. Thump, thump, thump. And so bees are knocked off the comb, and you can do that with this stuff because it's got this wooden frame around it. But you can't really go to a top bar beekeeper and say, here, bang all your bees off. You got to figure out that bees do backflips as you come down across them on the comb. All right? So I will dig up that video. Will you help me remember to make sure that I get all of these videos that have been mentioned out to everybody? All right, let me just see whether I got to everything I wanted to here. That goes there. This goes with the ophthalmic. And yes, okay, questions. Go ahead.
First one, why don't people do powdered sugar shakes regularly as a treatment instead of just a way to monitor?
Okay, so this first question is, why don't people do powdered sugar shakes regularly as a treatment and not just a way to monitor? And that's a great question. I think that it sort of fell out of favor. Whoops, hold on. There you go. Tech talk. I think that it sort of fell out of favor with the research world. I think that it also did not get much airplay in the commercial world because they like to minimize their time and they want to up the productivity. So they are much more interested in being able to get in and get out and be done than in going a bar at a time like somebody who's keeping 2 to 10 hives at home in their backyard would do. I really think that that's part of what happens is the USDA gets grants to do research, comes from groups and organizations that have lots of money to provide for research, and so that's where the attention goes. Does it not work, powdered sugar? It seems to work pretty fine. There was a lot of excitement about it in the bee world when they realized that the powdered sugar seemed to act kind of like marbles underneath the mites' feet and cause them to fall. So that's the best I can tell you about what other people decided to do about whether or not to use powdered sugar as a treatment. What was the rest?
The other one was, let's see, how many mites is too many with the powdered sugar method and half a cup of bees?
3. Okay, so let me start with the question. How many mites is too many mites? And if you've got a 1/2 cup sample, 300-ish bees, 1 mite per 100 is what they're looking at via that method of monitoring. So if you get a 1/2 cup sample and you've got 3 mites, you're on the verge of needing to take some action.
Okay, and then let's see. What is the risk of accidentally including your queen in that mix?
There's a good logical question. What's the risk of throwing your queen into that mess, especially if you are using alcohol? Probably you won't, because you will probably see her at that point quite vividly. But if you threw her in there, then she's going to go through that mite treatment. That is probably less bad if you're using powdered sugar and far more bad if you're using alcohol. Oof, terrible thought.
Okay, and then related to the mites, with a new package, when do you start to monitor for mites and how often do you need to do the sugar shake?
Okay, there's a good question. If you're starting a hive from a brand new package, when do you need to start to monitor for mites? And what was the last half of it? Okay, so let's think about this. We put a package of bees into a hive. Now that's bees with no brood, so no Varroa mite are reproducing, and all the brood that they were connected to have been left behind. So your mite level at that point is very, very low. As your bees begin to reproduce and your colony begins to get established and expand, then the mites reproduce as the bees reproduce and the numbers start to go up. So there's some talk about hitting them with powdered sugar at the very beginning. There's some talk about using oxalic acid while they're still in the package. Those are probably valid. I don't know that, again, I would monitor first, so I don't know that I would just treat immediately before I had an idea what the problem looked like. Did that actually get the second half of that question? Okay. Well, the timer just said break time. So I want to scoot through here and see what my PowerPoint is saying to me. Oh, well, look at that. That was the question queue. Okay, so that was some perfect timing. So let's take some more questions, about another 4 minutes, and then we'll do the break, and then we'll be able to come back, and then we'll be in kind of wrap-up mode and a little ahead of ourselves. So I'm happy about that. Aha, weren't here for the first part. Yes, the Gold Star Hive comes with a, oh sorry, repeat the question. Do I use a metal screen on the bottom of the hive? And the answer to that is yes, the Gold Star Hive has got one. And the reason was that it was integrated pest management we were striving for at the time. And in addition, there was some thought that it was helpful for ventilation. I think that the only people that need that much ventilation are probably people in the middle of Seattle, Washington in a rainstorm. So that kind of has moved into historical data. And the idea of doing a mite count by the number of mites that fall through the screen is valid, but not very fast. And so it has kind of fallen out of fashion.
So I missed one here.
Okay.
If you have an overwintered hive, when should you start with sugar roll?
If you have an overwintered hive, when should you start using sugar testing?
Sugar roll, yeah. When should you use sugar?
Let's pause, breathe. Did you say overwintered hive? Congratulations, whoever you are. I had a guy get in touch with me the other day, fourth season in the same hive, top bar hive. They said it couldn't be done. I said, I don't think you're right. Okay, back to the question. When would I start with a second-year hive? Okay. At what point would I start to worry about doing a sugar roll to test for Varroa mites in an overwintered hive? I would say as soon as it is warm enough that I can do that to the bees. If it's too cold to have them out of the hive, bad idea. But the minute you've got flying temperatures, so over 50, you might hedge that a little and say over 60. Other things to look for that would make you think, ooh, I got a lot of baby bees in here. That means I'm going to have mites breeding in those cells. That would guide you to. So I can't give you a calendar date, but based on conditions in the hive and how things are building up, how much brood you have, and anytime you look into the bottom of your hive and can see a bunch of dreck that looks suspicious, that's another good indicator too. But essentially, more brood, more mites. So get a benchmark early and do it again reasonably soon, 2 to 3 weeks outside, and then keep an eye on if you've seen a big increase. A rapid increase is that's a scary thing, and take action on that. Anybody else over there with a question? Okay. We're going to give you a 20-second thing to throw your question in there now, or we're going to cut to break and then come back in 10. I'm waiting for the response from Jeff. Okay. Okay. I think we're probably going to break. All right, my loves. We are taking a break. Click on that. And now we come over here. Here. Don't you laugh at me. Okay. Hello, everybody. All right, I'm back on SoundWise. I got to get PowerPoint going. Hang on a second here. 2.5, 3 terrible things, bees. Let's see what happens if I go here and scoot to the back. That's where we were. Okay. So let's go to, all right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to put back the questions slide just to give you something to look at, I think. All right, hold on. One more step here. Come on, PowerPoint. What have I done? Oh my gosh. PowerPoint. Class PowerPoints. This one, please. Okay, here's what you're getting. There we go. We're going to stay in question mode. Just to give you an update on the whole structure of the class thing, we are getting moved through faster than we would if we were doing 4 separate sections on a weekend where we could all see each other. So I'm going to do some questions now. We will probably be able to knock off a little-ish, early-ish. And what I want you to understand is that what we talked about today, about the history of beekeeping, time and temperature, and pests and diseases, is kind of like the outer shell of an onion. And so what I expect will happen with you is as you think about this stuff, you're going to start seeing not just questions that pertain around the outside of the shell, but things that over here that relate to over here. So connections will start to get made sort of through the onion, if you will. I know this is a weird analogy, but I want to let that stuff percolate, because it's really important to me that instead of just how to do something, you get why you're doing it. And so some of these things are going to relate that you learned today to what we're going to get really deeply into tomorrow, which will be the real nitty-gritty of putting bees in the hive and what do you move and when do you do it and why, and that's what it's called, is when to do what and why. So let's focus heavy on questions about today, and then we will come back in the morning and really hit it hard on specifics, and we will do Q&A till your heart's content. Okay, so I have got a couple of questions in front of me that Jeff has sent. I said that the mite board had fallen out of favor. What do I use? What should I do in Maine? Hello, Maine. We miss you. Not the snow, but we miss you. Okay, Jeff misses the snow. Roll of eyes. Okay, so the mite board mostly fell out of favor because it was time consuming. If you can accomplish something with one trip to your bee yard, that gets it ups the likelihood that it's going to get done at all. And so that was probably one of the biggest reasons. So I am all for, like a commercial guy in a big hurry, I like stuff that means one trip to the bee yard. So going out there and doing the sugar, getting the sample and doing the sugar shake like you saw me try to demonstrate, I think is fast, very effective, reasonably accurate, gets you a good mite count, and gets you on down the road to either the next one or whatever, and you never find yourself leaving your mite board in for 20 days like I did and having to count 607 mites. So I would recommend in Maine that you monitor by throwing a sample of bees into powdered sugar. That way you don't kill any bees, but you're still getting the number and you're getting it done and you have the data that you need. And I think that that is probably an overriding benefit over a more gentle method that may or may not be all that effective and suffers from the likelihood that it might get forgotten. Okay, next question says, how often do you sugar shake? I would suggest, whether you're sugar shaking or whatever you're doing, if your monitoring method is getting you a right now answer, probably, we're kind of tying it here to the whole idea of the brood cycle. So if you say that it takes 3 weeks for a baby bee to be born, then there's sort of something to be said for that. You could tighten that up and do it every 2. Wouldn't be much wrong with that, especially since you're not throwing bees in alcohol and killing them. Jeff, you started to write a sentence. It says after, and then it stops.
After using powder on your bees to knock off the mites, how do the mites die off to lower the numbers in the hive?
After you use powdered sugar to knock the mites off your bees, how do the mites then die off? Okay, the mites need to be in the beehive in order to reproduce. Now, I know somebody's going to ask me how long does a Varroa mite live, and I don't know that I know that answer in actual numbers of days. But if they cannot get back in the cell and reproduce, then you have basically had the effect that you wanted to. So let's take a quick segue and talk about brood breaks, because we're basically talking about a situation where you put the mites in an environment where there is no bee brood for them to reproduce in. And so what happens? Well, the mite load drops. Mama can't reproduce. Mites die off. It's a win-win for everybody. So now let's go back to section 2 where we talked about swarms, because that is an amazing thing, and it is a natural thing, and it causes a brood break. It causes a natural brood break. So by the time your queen bee, who's been all Miss Badass, flies off with the swarm, and your virgin queen, who's still got to fly, mate, get back in and start laying, between those two events, enough time elapses that the hive goes broodless. That's why it's so devastating if your queen gets, your brand new virgin queen gets killed on her mating flight, because when she comes back, what's there for them to make a queen out of? So that brood break drops the mite load and could be said to be a natural method of controlling the Varroa mite. So let's hear it for beautiful natural mechanics, and let's also hear for anything that causes a brood break, as opposed to putting a toxic chemical in your beehive as an effective mite control. So we will talk about oxalic acid here in a minute and about getting broodless. All of that is really valid and important stuff. But let's see what Jeff has about questions.
Okay. And what do we do for the health and well-being of our honeybees and other growth that general state? If you live in a cold area, how do we keep the bees warm or just over the winter?
Okay, if you live in a cold area, what do you do about winter if it's cold? I started this company in Maine, so of course that was very top of mind for me. And I was a long time deciding what sort of definitive answer could be given in response to that. And so I came up with the 3 4-letter words of winter. I go into this in some depth in the book, but suffice it to say they're all 4-letter words, and they are wind, food, and cold. So let's talk about wind first of all. When you talk about the temperature outside, you say it's 38 degrees, but it's also really windy, so it feels like 20 to be extreme. So that's basically wind chill factor, and the same thing is has a large effect on your bees. Now think for a second about the fact that bees are not living in their box and heating up that space. That's what us humans do. We go into our house, we heat our house, and we move freely about it. Bees don't do it that way. They're working to stay warm in a different way by hanging out in a cluster, being a ball of bees, shivering their little wing muscles and generating heat that way. But what you're finding is that that ball of bees is affected by that wind chill factor. So anything that you can do to lessen the effect of a cold, drying, desiccating wind in the wintertime is a bonus. Now, how are you going to get that? You either start out with it because you had a place that had a natural windbreak, and boy, that's wonderful because it just works. You don't really have to do anything. So a natural windbreak, whether it's a tree line or a fence line or the way the wind goes around a building and avoids where you chose to put your hives, wind is public enemy number 1. So watch that one. Second one is food. Now, In a perfect world, your bees go out all summer long, they forage like crazy, they pack away honey, it's wonderful, and you don't take any, because that would be sort of like living in Maine and having somebody come along and say, well, you know, I see you have a nice full oil tank there, let's take half of it, see ya in April. Good luck with that. So letting them have as many resources as possible is huge, and it's something the beekeeper can choose to do or not to do. So letting them have enough of their own natural food that they can survive the winter is totally awesome. How much is that? I knew that was coming. So there's another question that I waited a long time before I was sure I had an answer that I was willing to give, and after a lot of hemming and hawing and watching and listening, 6 to 8 bars, big full bars, you know, nice all the way out to the edges, bars of honey in a top bar hive, just honey, seems to do the trick. And it seems to do the trick pretty much no matter where you are. There's some people that talk about whether they're more efficient in a top bar hive. Good question. I don't know. But 6 to 8 bars that are just honey means you also have 1 or 2, maybe 3 bars of brood comb that got backfilled with honey, and then your bees start up, smack up against that. So they are up against their food source. You managed your bees, and we'll talk about this tomorrow. You managed your bees unidirectionally, so all the food is over there. They never have a situation where they're here and they've eaten all their food, and the other food is over there, but it's 6 bars away, and all of this comb is dry and empty. They cannot do that. So letting them keep their own honey as much as possible, and harvesting, I know this is a mind blower for some of us, but harvesting honey in the spring means your bees have natural food to get across the winter on. So there's to food. The third one, cold. You can't do anything about that. So don't worry about it. Focus on the other 2, all right? The only reason cold ever gets into your equation is because the wind is making it colder than it was, and if you've taken care of the wind issue, you're much better off. I have literally seen bees come through a Maine winter that were in a situation where the hive was planted and parked inside an oval of little tiny saplings. I mean, none of those trees were any bigger around than a quarter. They were just little skinny butt trees. And that was enough of a windbreak, but that hive was booming in March. Let me tell you, that guy had a swarm problem in April. Another story I could tell was about my neighbor who lived diagonally across the street from us in Bath, Maine, and he was a longtime beekeeper, and he knew that he had a pretty good situation where his Langstroth hives were parked on his stand, because behind it was a fence row, and there was all kinds of viney, growy things, and that was enough that when he teased me and said, come on, bring one of those over here, and we'll see if they can get through the winter, and I took it over there, and that May Day, the next spring, they were running rampant out of that hive. And he just had a really good windbreak in that situation. I've tried to create some windbreaks. I haven't been as successful as that with something temporary. So look for something permanent, or build a fence, or plant something, or do something that creates a place for the wind to have to be stopped, which means you got to know a little bit about your prevailing wind in your area and that kind of thing, which is sort of part of the background of beekeeping. Oh, philosophy.
It is true that honeybees are not native to North America and are destined to fail at all. I love beekeeping, but do wonder.
Okay, so here's a question, and I hear this is a thing that gets bandied about a lot. I'm not sure how much stock I put in it. But the question is, since bees were not native to North America, European honeybees are not native to North America, are we destined to fail at all of this? I wish I could cite you chapter and verse of the group of people who found the honeybee fossil in Nevada that predated most of the European bee talk that you hear. So I'm not perfectly convinced that the European honeybee has no part in America. I also would offer this about invasive species. Invasive species gets a whole lot of glare and anger at it because, oh, that's bad because it invaded. Well, we use this reactive word, but really, think about this for a second. A robin, fairly generic American sort of bird, is hanging out in North Dakota, almost in Canada, and flies across the border far enough that it encounters a plant that it maybe doesn't see every day down in North Dakota, and it eats the berries of that plant, and then it flies back across the border, having no concept of what we think of as boundaries, and gets back to North Dakota and poops that berry seed out. And now that plant sprouts in America. Now, is that an invasive species? Okay, yeah, kind of. You're right, kind of. But not really, because the only thing it invaded was an imaginary line that we put there. Now, I will give you that the Atlantic Ocean is a bigger line than the line between Canada and the United States. But I think that we play that up in a way that's kind of alarmist and maybe doesn't deserve as much attention as it gets. You know, I mean, there are a whole lot of cases you can make for the place that brought in the insect that ate the mite, and then the animal that ate the insect that ate the mite, you know, all trying to solve a problem and causing more problems as you go. That's totally valid too. But I don't know that the whole not native to North America thing, it deserves as much credence as it gets. Are we destined to fail? That is a philosophical question, and frankly, I do not have an answer, and I do not feel like crying on camera. So we're going to dodge that one. Jeff, do you have another question?
All right, let's see.
Thank you, Carl.
Just a quick mention that, you know, we do have a lag between what you're saying, what's happening over here, so sometimes I'm actually answering questions that you may not have gotten to in the talk.
That confusion is for you to manage for me, because I only have so many brain cells. I'm a beekeeper of very little brain. Okay, what about screen bottoms in Maine? Is it necessary? No. That was easy. No. For two reasons. Number one, if you consider that it's probably not the best idea for using it for integrated pest management, or, well, it's probably fairly good for integrated pest management, except that it causes more ventilation than your bees need. Let's talk about that piece of it. I think that the reason it is not such a great thing is that your bees are striving to keep brood at 93 degrees for it to stay viable and be able to hatch. Now, if it's 110 degrees out, they're trying to bring the temperature down to 93. If it's 60 out, they're trying to bring the temperature up to 93. But what we cause when we add ventilation, unless we're mitigating a moisture problem, is we cause the temperature change to be sort of random and uncontrollable. And I think that that potentially causes more work for the bees than it causes benefit. So if you did not have a screen bottom board in Maine and you monitored for Varroa mites by taking a sample and doing a sugar shake, I would be quite satisfied with that. So there you go.
So another question, but Jim Brower tells us that an adult female Varroa mite lives 2 months.
Jim Brower comes back with the answer to a question. How long does the female Varroa mite live? And he says it's 2 months. Can he cite you a source on that? Because I would like to know it myself, and I will go to that source and look for more info about Varroa mites, because I have not had much detail beyond Jeff Harris's video, which I had to narrate. Anybody else with a pressing question, or should I maybe talk about oxalic?
So, with the winter one, winterizing, do you put insulation on the roof or wrap the hives?
Okay. Winter questions often center on stuff like this. Do I put insulation under the roof, or do I wrap the hives? Depends on where I live. Let me tell you how I used to do it in Maine. In Maine, it was of more importance to me to fill the space in the roof than it was to insulate up there. Because when you look at the hive and all those bars are touching, that's a pretty good barrier. And so I'm not too worried about influencing the R factor by insulating in the roof. But I am worried, especially in Maine, about mice. who love to get in lovely places like that, protected from wind and everything else, and they will build their nest on top of your top bars. Now, I don't know that your bees give a rat's butt about that, but the beekeeper will, because mice will pee in their own nest, and it's just kind of gross. And it stains the bars, and for all I know, the smell lingers. I don't have much of a sense of smell. So I liked to put insulation in the roof, not for the insulation properties, but because it was fat and fluffy and it took up space and it kept the mice from moving in up there. Maybe it also helped to insulate, but that wasn't my primary reason. I mostly wanted to fill the space to keep the mice out. If you ever lose a hive to mice, that's just really aggravating too. So the rest of the question is about insulating or wrapping, and I have probably my happiest story was just using plain old black tar paper, roofing paper, like you see many Langstroth people do. They wrap this way. I wrapped around the barrel. Now you have to be sure to leave an entrance for the bees to fly. I also want to put a mouth guard on there, so that's 1/4-inch hardware cloth over the entrance. Better if you use screws than the staple gun. The bees are less likely to get irritated with you. So a mouth guard covered over by a tar paper wrap. I've seen that be successful. And then I have seen tarp skirts. This is all in the book too, lots of detail on that because winter was the big deal in the first book. A tarp skirt. So go around your hive, below the roof. Don't attach this to the roof because you're going to want to be able to get that roof off. But below the roof, attached to the hive body, a tarp, a plastic skirt, some sort of material that is strong enough to take the wind in the winter, attach it to the hive, and then take the bottom of it and spread it out. So it needs to be longer or wider, or it needs to be taller than your hive is tall, so that when you attach it here, you can pull it out at an angle away from the hive. And so it looks kind of like a skirt. And Jerry Gamache got a couple of hives through the winter up down by Five Islands that way. I've seen a lot of people succeed with the tarp skirt idea. Hay bale forts, that's another one. The downside to a hay bale fort, what that means is you're stacking up hay bales and building a fort around them. If there's any dampness, that gets absorbed into the hay bale, which is gross and a pain in the butt to get rid of in the spring. There's a tendency for mice to like that environment. They're heavy, and you have to do something with them in the spring. But especially in a dry area where there's a ton of wind and sun, that's been very effective. I can't remember where she was, the woman I'm remembering in that instance. Her name was Kim. So tarp skirt, hay bale fort, and then the one that really kind of blew my mind is rigid foam insulation. Who would have thought, right? But you know, I thought, no way, that doesn't do anything. But in fact, it does. It seems to be, here's your hive. Then you put 1.5 inches, 2 inches worth of rigid foam, literally just glom it onto the outside of your hive, ends, top, bottom, the whole way around, and the wind hits that, and it has less effect on your bees inside. But boy, if you can get yourself a natural windbreak, you got half the battle. So that's really a good one. We'll get into more about placement of hives in the morning, because that's really where it all starts, is where you put the hive is going to matter. All right, Mr. Jeff, anything else coming up?
Let's see. Tim Roberts says cinder blocks can be used, but they're heavy.
Tim Roberts of Massachusetts, whose mother used to own an alpaca farm. For all I know, she still does. Hi, Tim. Anyway, yes, he's absolutely right. Cinder blocks would also work, would make a great windbreak, pretty impervious, but they are heavy. Are they heavy compared to a hay bale? We could have that discussion, but we won't.
Okay.
What you got?
Tim Roberts smiles back. Jim says the short is cool.
Okay. How long does the Varroa mite live? I should have asked the question. It's the simple stuff that you forget to ask. Varroa lifespan.
Ambrell says this golden mean hive sells an insulated hive cozy cover.
Can I comment to that? Is she asking for a comment?
No.
She is coming.
I don't want to see very high. She says it's very high quality. Jim said yes, 18 alpacas still.
Okay. So briefly, someone has commented that the golden mean hive. So that's Corwin Bell. He's out in Colorado running backyard hive, and they do have a nicely crafted, even decorative, it has a beautiful bee design on it, insulation thing. They call it a bee cozy, and I can't see that that would have any detrimental effect whatsoever. Great windbreak, and it's cozy. So, yeah, that makes sense to me too.
So, anyway,
okay.
we can go on from there, I think.
Okay, I'm going to pick up right here with oxalic acid and talk about oxalic acid and brood breaks and broodlessness and et cetera. And I'm pretty sure that I don't have this in a PowerPoint slide, but I do have it out on my website. Randy Oliver, the most caffeinated Californian I have ever met, has done a lot of work on oxalic acid. He was working on using oxalic acid as a mite treatment before it was registered by Brushy Mountain. Brushy Mountain did us all a great service by getting that registration, but then they went out of business. And they were North Carolina companies, so that's a double sadness. But here's the thing with oxalic acid. You ever see a shamrock plant? Okay. I have some Irish heritage, and I love shamrocks. And an oxalis is a little plant that you can find in your local garden center, and it is just adorable. It's got these cute little leaves, long, slender stems, fragile stems. I mean, you did this, you would break them. But they wake up in the morning, and their little leaves stand out, and they go to sleep at night, and they pop out these beautiful little white flowers, except some of them make purple flowers. It's just one of my favorite plants in the whole wide world. And then when oxalic acid became a thing, I went, oh, look at that. That's the same kind of stuff. You might also know it as wood bleach, wood sorrel. Oxalic acid is also found in rhubarb, a couple of other things that you would eat. So hard to think of those as terrible, bad, awful, nasty, ugly, toxic chemicals, although, you know, processing them does put it through some stuff. But oxalic acid has one beautiful, beautiful, beautiful benefit, and that is this. Remember how it's all about the wax? And you remember how coumaphos and fluvalinate are lipophilic and they get absorbed into the wax? Well, oxalic acid is not lipophilic, so it does not end up in your wax. And yet, it's 90+% effective if you use it when the hive is broodless. Ta-da! We're done now. No. So, you know, I trust me, when I say I was a crunchy granola tree-hugging, dirt-worshipping purist zealot when I started keeping bees, I am telling you the God's honest truth. And I still feel that way. But I have also seen that that attitude can kill some bees. So I looked for ways to mitigate it. And puristness is not always the way to go when you have a ton of Varroa mites. So I wanted to see something that didn't contaminate the wax. So oxalic acid fit that bill pretty well. And I also wanted to see that that the effectiveness was super, super high. So over 90%, pretty happy with that. And then I had a really precious experience. I wrote this book. You hear me talk about it occasionally, The Thinking Beekeeper, because it's all about people who are now trying to think about the why of beekeeping and not just, okay, it's April 15th, and on this day I do that. I want you to know why you're doing what you're doing in your hive. And so I really pushed that out there. But that's why I called it that. And apparently that caught someone's attention in Italy. Now, his name was Paolo Fontana. And Paolo asked me if he could translate that book into Italian. And I said, how cool is that? Of course. I was touched and honored and all of those things. And then, even mo better, I got invited to go to Italy. And I got to spend about 2 weeks rambling around in Italy with Paolo and company and a group called the World Biodiversity Association. And I got off of that airplane. We got into Paolo's car, and in an hour, I was in bees in Italy. And my mind was blown. So I proceeded to try to learn what I could about how they kept bees in Italy. So they have a slightly different kind of hive similar to the Langstroth hive. But Paolo saw this top bar idea, and it made sense to him. And so he spread the top bar hive far and wide throughout Italy. And then we started to talk about what do we think about treatments and, you know, comparing U.S. and Italy and all of that stuff. So it is required by Italian beekeepers that they treat for the Varroa mite with oxalic acid. And that carries a lot of oomph with me because Italy looks at food as organic. It's not like in America where we have food and then we have organic food. And food is kind of the baseline, and organic is something special and probably costs more and, is somehow a bigger deal, where really if we just did less to the food, it would be far closer to organic. So I love that Italian connection. I love how they look at those things, and they make a very big deal out of getting broodless during the course of the summer and treating with oxalic acid. And it does a great job of wiping out the Varroa issue, and it doesn't get absorbed into the wax. So that makes me sort of ecstatic. The effectiveness is so high, and it doesn't mess with the wax. And it seems to have very few detrimental effects on the bees. And because, you could try to make this a similar argument for formic, but over and over and over again, I hear about formic just being devastating to queens, and that's not helpful. I don't really know exactly what the jury says about whether it's lipophilic and ends up in the wax, but it just messes with queens so hard and seems to be very harsh with them. So I don't hear those reports when it comes to oxalic. I love it that it's not lipophilic, and I've probably said everything that I could say about that. To me, that makes a lot of sense. So let's talk about the hows and ways of doing it, because you've seen, I'm sure, you can hardly not have seen an oxalic vaporizer, and that's a neat idea. It's a little high tech for someone with less than 10 hives, but it does the job. And the reason it does the job is this. You take your little vaporizer platform or capsule. I saw a really neat thing that looked like a pistol at the last bee thing I was in that heated it up and actually shot it into the hive. But you got some kind of platform that gets hot. Now, it probably gets hot because you have connected it to your car battery. That's a little crude. It means a lot of things to drag around in your bee yard. But the point is, you're putting the oxalic acid dried crystals on this little thing that gets hot. You're putting that in the hive. You hit it with the current. It vaporizes, and like fumes, it goes all through the hive. And if you're broodless, it gets everywhere it needs to go, does a bang-up job of taking care of Varroa mites. Excuse me. So that's one way of doing it. The other way, and Randy Oliver had spent some time with this, and that is dribble method. Let me go get some toys to show you. Sorry, I know I'm doing that in your ear. Don't have. Okay, I used it. Brushy Mountain Bee Farm had got oxalic acid registered in the United States as an on-label use for Varroa mites in beehives. And so what you got when you bought their setup was a bag that contained eye protection and a syringe, a 60 milliliter syringe, and the powder and the instructions, which had all the math about how to dilute the oxalic acid into sugar syrup. And then you took that sugar syrup after mixing it up real good, and you protected your eyes, and you went out to your hive, and you wanted to dribble. I've forgotten the math now without it written in front of me. I don't know it. But it was probably right around 5 milliliters per seam of bees, like that. Excuse me for a second. I have got to kill this cough before I kill your ears. I can hear you all going, she's got a cough, it's coronavirus. Oh my God. So anyway, this dribble method to me was a pretty simple method. If I have a couple of hives that you're going to take your top wires, and this is a very miniature little hive, 2 hours worth. You're going to move them apart just wide enough that you can see down between the seams. And you're looking at your bees' backs, essentially, because they're sticking out into the hallway. And you're just going to go, and then you're going to move this far over, and that's going to get you Move it, next seam, move it, next seam. Probably a better demonstration of how I'll have this corner over the hive, but. Really? How's that better? It's hitting the thing. Yeah, let me reconnect. We disconnect. Okay. I think it's back. My levels are back. Can anybody hear me? Hello? Really? Check your volume. I'll check mine. Oh, okay. This whole thing, we got down? Okay. All right, what I'm trying to show you here is that this is two top bars with comb, and they should be touching in the hive, but you want to dribble oxalic acid down there. So you're going to go and push them apart, and then you'll take your syringe, and you will down that seam. And then you move this over, and now you have the seam here. Same thing. So it's called the dribble method. It's very basic. We like basic. Top bars are basic, so it seems to fit. And it's pretty cost-effective way of doing it for the beekeeper that has between, say, 2 and 10 hives. A step up from that would be to have a larger dispenser. You can get kind of a backpack sort of thing, or like a garden sprayer that'll hold the oxalic mix, and then you would just do the same thing down the seam. The thing that I prefer about the dribble method versus the vaporizer method is this. Here, you've got the liquid, and it's dangerous in that form, of course, yes, like any acid would be, but it does not do as what happens when the acid vaporizes, where it forms little hard crystals, where the beekeeper comes back in and does an inspection later and moves the hive parts around, and those crystals get airborne again. So using a vaporizer, you're recommended to be wearing a full-face respirator. Oh, God, the coronavirus stuff is crazy. But anyway, using a respirator to prevent ingesting that stuff into your lungs, very good idea, but becomes a good idea moving forward because those crystals are still there and because they get airborne again. So I prefer the dribble method for that. Randy Oliver also did a thing where he tried soaking shop towels. I don't think he was very happy with those results. I haven't looked at them lately, but if you want to go and check out Randy's work, he is at scientificbeekeeping.com, and I think that you'll find he's got a lot to say. And he's a pretty good researcher, pretty well organized, and presents it on his website in a nice way. But I really have to say that it was Italy that convinced me that oxalic acid made sense, and the fact that it is not lipophilic is an important factor. Okay. What else you got for questions? No? Yes, please. Rock it with the questions. It's awkward via chat. Thank you for your patience. Well, let's start. Okay, the question was, where do we find the math for oxalic dribble? And I would send you out to Randy's website, scientificbeekeeping.com. I would also send you to, well, if you go to his website, you'll find the chart that I posted on my website crediting him for how to get broodless. And I'm going to make it a point to have that as a slide tomorrow so that we can talk about it in more detail, because it's really, it's worth knowing. And it's about 14 days of caging your queen and ways to do that and why the math works on that and how you can get it oxalic as effective as possible. Anybody else?
Let's see. Is that kit from Brushy Hill actually still available? Their website is still up.
Okay, the question has been asked, is Brushy Mountains oxalic acid kit still available? I think the kit is still available, but you cannot buy it from Brushy Mountain any longer because they don't exist. Kelly Beekeeping, you might find it at the dance. I think a lot of the larger bee houses tried to get their hands on as much of that as they could. The question is really what happened to the registration, and is that moving forward? And I don't have any info on that. We all kind of went into shock when Brushy went away, and we were sad.
Could you explain the times a hive is broodless?
Can I explain the times that a hive is broodless? I can. They are broodless when you install a package. That goes without saying. All you had was loose bees. It is very different in that way from a nuke, which comes with brood and food and drawn comb and everything. So when you shake the bees into a package, you have left behind the brood. The other times that a hive goes broodless is when there's been a swarm. So mama had laid eggs, mama and half the bees fly away, virgin queen hatches, flies to mate, comes back. Meanwhile, what's happening over here? Hatching, 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 whoop, zero brood. Then she starts to lay, and now your broodless opportunity is gone. So swarms, perfect opportunity, happens naturally. And you can induce it by leaving your queen in the hive, but keeping her from laying. So we call it caging the queen. There's a number of different cage gadgets and gizmos that you can use. That she stays in the hive, her pheromone is there, she keeps the hive very cohesive in that way, and yet she's not creating brood. And so once all the other offspring that's been there hatches out, boom, you're broodless. Did that help? I'm going to get the chart and make it a part of this package so that you can see when the days are. But you either make it happen, it's because of a swarm, or because the bees got removed from brood and shaken into probably a package and installed that way. Good question.
How do you feel about using Apigard for Varroa mite? How do you place that in the top?
Okay, so how do you use Apigard? I have never used Apigard. So how's this for a dodge the bullet answer? Per the label. I think, though, if I have it right, it's strips. And if there's strips, anything that's strips, like what's the other one? Mite Away Quick Strips, MAQS. You just move your bars apart enough to put the strip in there, and then you close them up as tight as you can get them to go again. So it's not too different than hanging them between two Langstroth frames, except that you are going to push your bars to be close together again, and the Langstroth frame will be prevented from doing that by the end pieces. Okay. Do I sell a sugar test kit and do I sell an oxalic kit? Okay, second question first. No, I do not currently anyway. I do not sell an oxalic kit. I do have the means to create a sugar kit, and I have had plans to do it for some time. It has not manifested yet. If you were to express a bunch of interest in that, I would get off my butt and do it. Because I have dozens of those little plastic boxes you saw me handling there, and the idea was either that or I also had access to a whole bunch of cardboard boxes that could be marked to show you a half a cup of bees and worked out so that you could do that down the comb, backflip thing. And so if there's a lot of interest in that, I will do it, ship it for free, make it affordable. Chat. Put that in the chat. We'll make it happen. Is the 14 days of caging the queen to get the hive broodless? Yes, because that's how long it takes for all of the existing brood to hatch out. And if you let her go after 14 days, then she lays eggs, but they are not yet capped. It's really the cappings that you're fighting with. It's not the existence of the brood. But whatever those cappings are made out of, boy, you could make a bomb shelter out of that stuff. Nothing gets through there. So that's why being broodless is what matters, is because otherwise they're protected behind that cap, and it is a very effective form of protection. So you're looking for there not to be any capped brood. I think it would be probably more technically accurate to say no capped brood, because you can have eggs and larvae, they're still open, and that doesn't bother the effectiveness level. How often do we treat, or only if the mite count is high? Yes. Monitor, monitor, monitor. I know I sound like a real estate agent. Location, location, location. But really, if you don't have a problem, why are you going to dick with it? You know, it doesn't make sense. It's extra work for you. It's not necessarily smart. Bees don't need it. So test to find out. See if there's a problem. And if there is a problem, then take action. And the action that I would recommend taking is oxalic acid, because it can be so effective. Even if, okay, here's a little caveat, even if the hive is not broodless, you are still going to have an effect on any Varroa mites that do come in contact with the oxalic acid, and that's going to be a pretty good percentage of them. Now, if you carry that to an extreme, then you find yourself treating every week just because, okay, some brood has hatched, some brood has hatched, some brood has hatched. And that's probably not very commonsensical, but it beats not treating at all if there's a problem, and it beats treating if there isn't a problem, I suppose. No, scratch that last one. But it's really, if there's a problem, take care of it in some way, please.
Have you tried compound product for mite control?
Hop, HOP? Have I tried hop compound products? I have not. Hops and beer, yes. Hops and bees, no. Probably my bad. I've heard good things about it, but I don't have anything that I can offer personally. Sorry. Good question.
So, what does that oxalic acid smell like? Strong? I'm trying to remember what it smells like.
Okay, so the question is about the smell of oxalic acid. I am blissfully free of a sense of smell. This serves to keep this cheek on this side and that cheek on that side and my glasses up. So I don't know. Who can tell me what oxalic acid smells like, guys?
I'm trying to remember, because we've only done it a couple.
Yeah, we've only used it a couple of times, and I don't remember that it had any smell that we commented on. Anybody saying in the chat? Yeah, I don't think that it's any kind of strong smell. What does rhubarb smell like might be another sort of thing to add in that. Don't know. Sorry.
Will you be talking about caging versus
I am, okay, am I going to talk about caging the queen? Yes, I'm going to make myself a note, and we're going to have tomorrow Randy's chart about the math of broodlessness and some examples of how to cage the queen. Yes, come back tomorrow. You've already seen a mite defecate in the cell, so we got to move on to something better tomorrow.
We've got at least 20 people in
Sugar kits, okay. Thank you. That's great feedback. If you could get that kind of feedback every day, you would invent new products every other week. What type of? Oh. Okay, so do I sell the cages to cage the queen? And the answer to that is, I have that design, but I have not done it. You get me 20 people who are interested, we'll make that happen too. I will get us some pictures of caging the queen, and we will see about how we would do that. It would not be very different from the product I already offer called fondant feeder, because that is a top bar that has a frame. You fill it with fondant so you can feed your bees in the wintertime. But there's no reason we could not create a little screen gadget in the middle like I've seen them do in Italy. And so more on that tomorrow. Caging queen invention. I will get you something on that. Uh-oh. What? We had a glitch in the tech.
What is your opinion about using beneficial mushroom extracts for controlling mite and Varroa?
Is that Steve?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Rosebud Farm.
Rambling Rosebud Farm is asking a very interesting question. Repeat it for me. I want to get it out to everybody.
What is your opinion about using beneficial mushroom extracts for controlling mite and viral load?
Okay. Okay, so what is my opinion basically about mushrooms? Give me the rest of the details so I can make it more question. What is my opinion about using beneficial mushroom extracts for controlling mite and viral loads? Okay, so this person has been into the Paul Stamets thing, and I think that's an amazing guy. And I think he has a very, he's tapped into something that's really interesting to me. So for those of you who don't know, Paul Stamets is Stamets, got into the whole mushroom thing and the idea of their mycelium, how it's all connected, how essentially it's kind of all one plant. And it gets involved in viral load and microbes and some really beautiful stuff. He's done a TED Talk, at least a TED Talk. You could find Paul Stamets on YouTube and get yourself some firsthand stuff about him. I think that there's probably a lot there. I wish I knew more about it. That is a deficiency in my own education, because I really think that there's something to the mushroom thing, but I don't know what it is. Are they hot on it? Do they have something they wanted to offer either via chat, or do they want to email me some stuff? We have a friend who's very big on that too and has been growing mushrooms, and that's been a blast. Okay.
Could I err on the side of overdoing and sugar dust all of the bees? Would that be a treat for them?
Could you err on the side of overdoing it and sugar dust all of the bees? Excuse me. Yeah, I think that would be more or less considered a powdered sugar treatment. We didn't talk about that. Let me get something. Da, 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 da. Okay, so doing a sugar shake is essentially taking the bees, putting them in the powdered sugar, shaking them up, and then dumping out the powdered sugar and counting the mites. If you were to try to use powdered sugar to help the mites fall off your bees, that's a fairly good idea too. There's probably some argument in the research world about how effective it is, but that would be powdered sugar, and we're not talking about confectioners. We would take regular granulated, run it through a grinder, and get the powder, and I would use my little bitty sifter. I'm not enough of a baker that I own this for baking. I own this for bees. So powdered sugar in here, again with moving your bars apart in your hive enough that you can go ching, 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 and turn them all white and happy. The only thing you're really doing there is increasing the sugar content in the hive, probably changing the pH a little bit, and if it's causing the mites to lose their grip and fall off, more power to you. I think that that's a fine thing. Right. So in addition to making the mites fall off, the bees groom themselves a lot, so mechanically it helps to knock off mites too, the ones that are accessible that the bees can get hold of and knock off. So yes to that.
How often do you monitor? Weekly, monthly?
How often do I monitor? Weekly, monthly, question mark? Definitely question mark. That's my life. When I've just started a package into a hive, I would probably wait 3 weeks before I started, and then I would probably go 2 to 3 weeks apart. Let me just add to that. I would also, if I monitored 1 week and got a number, and I monitored 2 weeks later and there was a big difference, big increase in that number, I would, especially of course if it has exceeded a threshold, I would get in there and treat, but I would also move my monitoring periods closer together, just to try to stay ahead of that.
Can you treat with oxalic acid during a honey flow, or should you wait until after? Also, what about treating with essential oils?
Can you treat with oxalic acid during a honey flow? Well, that presupposes that you know when there's a honey flow, which kind of comes and goes sometimes. Depends on where you are. I don't really know what the rules say about that because I don't harvest honey for sale. Boy, that's an answer I should get. Let me make a note. What's that? Yeah. Oxalic acid treat during flow. More on that tomorrow. Sorry about not having that nailed down. It's just not something that really gets to be a part of our world here.
From Tim Roberts, Google said oxalic is odorless, and that's pretty much what I remember.
Okay. Somebody that's a Google expert, thank you, Tim, says oxalic acid is odorless. Colorless and odorless, for that matter.
Keena then said, I would guess the oxalic crystals may be sharp enough to damage lung tissue, which is definitely true.
Yes, the comment was made that oxalic crystals are probably sharp enough to damage lung tissue, and yes, that's why they say wear a respirator when you are using a vaporizer.
So, a bunch of people saying yes, it's a
Okay.
I'm wondering why we should treat the treatment should be done when the colony is
Okay. The question is, I'm wondering why the treatment should be done when the colony is broodless. The end of a long day. Because, let's talk about baby bees. So they start out as an egg. They're wide open to everything that's in the hive because the cell is not capped. And then they hatch into a larva, same scenario. They're exposed and whatever is in the hive goes into the cell. But when you cap that cell and it goes from larva to pupa, something about that beautiful little hexagon with its tight little capping, that stuff is pretty much impervious to anything we've thrown at it. So most treatments want you to be broodless or close to it for them to be up on the high effectiveness scale. So it's all about whatever's in those cappings. We should go find out what that is, because I bet we could use that against coronavirus too. I apologize for my sense of humor. But that's why. The cappings protect the mites from the treatment. Would this class be recognized and satisfy the National Beekeepers Association, do I think? I don't think I know anything about something called the National Beekeepers Association. Is that in the United States or is that another country? National Beekeepers. Maybe they'll answer up. The answer to that is I don't know. I have taught it as I saw it since 2009, and those first three unfortunate, unsuspecting wannabe beekeepers walked into a classroom in Maine and let me talk about bees. And I will say that what you are getting is very, very much the world according to Christy Hemingway, and I have some strong feelings about some things. And I like the guy who asked about the European bees and the invasive species. I wonder if we are destined to fail because of all our manipulations. And most of the people that I have seen teach under any kind of sanctioned thing other than here's what I think, seem to have some buy-in from some people who would be in favor of things that I would not be so in favor of. So crunchy granola are us, kind of, and it really is very much my own deductions based on as much science as I can glean from the people who also brought you the Langstroth hive and insist that bees must move up, which is a bee attitude that I could go on about for some time, because if you've ever looked in a tree, the bees do not build comb here and then go up here and build comb. And yet there's a great deal of jumping up and down and insisting that it is true that bees must move up. The reason that bees go up, ready? The bees went up because that's where the Reverend Langstroth put the second box. Think about that for a second. Okay, we've had an offer from Rosebud Farm, is that what it's called? Ramblin' Rosebud Farm. We'll take some info from them and disseminate it to everybody who's here. Thank you for that, because the mushroom thing has some interesting potential. You absolutely can. Will you throw that link out there? Okay, here's what's going to happen. There's a couple ways to get to this. If you go to goldstarhoneybees.com and you click the word connect, you'll... Oh, sorry. What was the actual question? Oh, maybe we could connect through Facebook. Okay. So here are ways that you can connect with each other and with us, and most of it is, oddly enough, digital and online, etc. So if you go to goldstarhoneybees.com, there is a link labeled Connect, and on that page you're going to find a map. And on that map, which is the United States, you can click each individual state, and that will connect you to other Top Bar Hive beekeepers in your state via a Facebook group. Overriding all of that, and the reason there are people on here from other countries, is the global group. Now, the Top Bar Hive Beekeepers global group broke 6,600 people here in the past week, and for all of us who sat around lonely going, I'm the only one who's doing this, not true. Go out to Facebook, ask to join the group. We will pay particular attention to getting you joined on there, and I have been a part of a number of Facebook groups over the course of the last decade. Some of them people sort of arse out on you, and this one, that can happen too, but not as often, because I'm the moderator, and if you're a jerk, I kick you off. So don't be a jerk, and we'll all have a good time, and everybody will get to share a lot of info, and you will find that there is more of this going on than you knew was out there. So that's to the global group. That's where I post things like this class. If you also want to go to the website and get on the B list, we call it, that's Constant Contact. It's a marketing email thing that I send out. That's another way that this information got out there. You can go out to the website near the bottom. It's a black stripe. There's a place to put your email. Do that. And let's see, other ways. I have a Patreon channel. It has not gotten the proper amount of attention lately, but you could go out and look up the Thinking Beekeeper on Patreon. More info flowing there. But yeah, I think if you go to the Top Bar Hive Beekeepers link, which, have you thrown it in the chat now, is in your chat bar, then you can, you'll be surprised at what you'll find there. There's a lot of people very interested in keeping bees in Top Bar Hives. A lot of opinion, but a lot of interest. Thank you. Kudos to that. She commented on the teaching the why, and yeah, that matters more to me probably than anything else. The how is just kind of the fallout of understanding the why. So if you've got the why, you can apply that many, many different ways across the board. So I appreciate that a lot too. Love your style as well. Okay, it's 4:17, people. I am going to wrap it up. We'll be back tomorrow at 10. Tomorrow I will try to pick up some of these details that we talked about, and we'll talk about broodless and getting broodless, and we will go soup to nuts from the details. Put the bees in the hive. How? Where? How do I get them out of the package? What about queen cages? What does the season progress like? What should I expect? We will get deeply into that. Bring your questions, because I think you'll probably get off of this class and go, oh, what about? Oh, I never thought of. So bring them on. It's the thing I love most. I can't see you, so this is my way of getting my bee buzz. So hashtag drink more mead, keep more bees, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Before I start crying, we are signing off. See you in the morning. Thank you again. Oops.